All right. Welcome to the channel. Mic check. I always forgot I gotta do the mic check first. Thumbs up. You guys can hear me loud and clear. Loud and clear. Looked like the internet wanted to be a little shaky. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. Got the thumbs up. All right, you guys, welcome back to the channel. This is The Real Nathan Daily, and we are here with a live stream. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I got on here and did a live. Been throwing some videos here and there sporadically, guys. I've been really busy with a lot of stuff, and no excuse. I've been missing out on a lot of good conversations, but this particular topic I absolutely couldn't turn down. It was a very powerful interview. And listen, I know you see the thumbnail. We're going to be talking about Cam Newton and Charleston White. For those who are not familiar with Charleston White, I'm sorry. And I can tell you, you need to do some research. He is a very dynamic character on YouTube. And then also he does things outside of YouTube as an activist, a youth activist. He's done a lot. And people have mixed feelings about him based on a lot of topics that he covers, the things that he says. He's a shock jock, I guess people like to call it. He makes a lot of very extreme statements and comments, and it kind of throws people for a loop, but it does get the conversation started. He was recently interviewed by Cam Newton a few days ago, and the interview, 3 hours long, went viral. Now, a lot of people were very impressed with the conversation. There was a lot that was said. You know, we're going to do a reaction to it. And we're not going to cover, obviously, the 3 hours. It's a long interview. We are going to hit on a lot of the key points that were made in the interview. A lot was said. And, you know, a lot needs to be discussed. And I thought this would be the perfect time to do a live stream, because me doing a video on it would not have done it justice, because there's a lot to uncover. A lot of gems were dropped and a lot of feelings were hurt. There was a lot of confusion as it relates to this conversation. You guys, on this channel, I talk about a lot of sensitive topics, especially topics and current event issues as it relates to this country, as it relates to specifically the Black community. And then I talk about law enforcement issues and solutions and things of that nature. When you talk about Black issues to Black people, you guys, you're in for a wild ride. And that's what this is all about tonight. You know, what happens when you criticize Black people as a Black person? You guys, you're talking about the wrath, the wrath of social justice warriors. I call them color justice warriors, but there's a wrath that comes with that when you speak out, when you want to empower. And I think a lot of times people confuse the criticism as being a way of trying to talk down on or trying to belittle the community of Black people. And that's not the case. Criticism, healthy criticism, the purpose is to examine, to point out, so that there could be change, right? So that we can start doing the work needed to change. This conversation is going to really irritate some people because, you know, I've been saying these things all the time on this channel. Now, granted, my channel is not as big, right? My platform is not as big, but I have said these things. And I think too many people don't really understand the real problem. Some people say I don't understand the problem, and I always beg to differ. You know, this is the emotional versus the logical, right? That's what this whole thing is about at the end of the day. And you see on the thumbnail, I have Cam versus Charleston White. Cam Newton, very successful Black man. He's out here in Atlanta. He has been to his cigar. He has a business out here as well. Been to his business. Forgot what is the name of it. I have to ask Dre. Dre knows. He has a cigar lounge out here. Nice spot. Little small, but it's nice. Little small, but it's nice. And Cam does a lot of charity work out here in Atlanta. He does some things out here as well. I haven't met him personally. Would love to be on his show and have some conversation about police issues. I think it'd be great. But, you know, Cam Newton, he's a great guy based off of the little things. Fellowship. That's what it's called. Fellowship is the name of the cigar lounge. But Cam is a great dude. I've heard a lot of people who have met him, know him, always speak highly of him. This interview is not to be not to say anything negative about Cam, but I think it highlighted a very important problem within our community. Is there's a different school of thought as it relates to the issues with Black people, and then also how it needs to be solved. And this division is easy when you look at it, you guys. It's we're divided by those who believe white people are responsible for fixing Black issues. Then the other side believes that Black people are responsible for fixing Black issues as it relates today. So one side blames white people, and the other side blames or puts the responsibility on Black people to fix the problem. You guys, that at the end of the day, when you really break it all the way down to its common denominator, that's what it always comes down to. The arguments I have on this channel about empowering Black people and what things need to be done, pointing out, criticizing certain things and behaviors and activities within the culture. The biggest problem that I always find having these debates with people is that they want white people to fix the problem because in their mind they created the problem. And technically that's true, right? We know the colonizers, we know the history of this country, we know how this whole thing spun out of control. And it's economic, right? So at the end of the day, the we know how we got here, right? The problem is, why are we still here, right? And so there are people who want to have a forward-thinking conversation with solutions, and then there are those who want to marinate on how we got here in the first place. But marinating on how we got here after we all acknowledge the how and the why, now it's time to have the conversation about how do we get out of, how do we progress, how do we evolve, and what things we need to do. And I say it all the time on this channel that you can't beg the people who you're complaining about to fix the problems in a sense, right? So everybody has their own perspective. Those who truly understand the problem and see the issues, at the end of the day, you realize that it's on us. Though we may not have caused this problem, we are responsible for fixing it, no one else. And those who understand that to be true, they look at the solution different than those who don't see it that way. If you don't see it that way, then you're looking for the person that you believe caused a problem, saying that they are the ones who should be fixing it. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, right? Let's just be completely honest. Nobody's gonna fix the problem, right? It's on us. And we could talk about fairness because a lot of times in our community, the conversation always goes into what's fair. It's not fair. No, it isn't fair. You guys, I agree with you 100%. It's not fair. It's effed up. It's effed up. It's not fair. But guess what? Life isn't fair. And nothing about this game of economics, this game of power, greed, corruption, nothing about it is fair. And you're never going to win an argument with people who look at money and power as the essentially those are the tools of communication, money and power. And if you're not speaking that language, you guys, you're wasting your time, right? You're wasting your time. So that's the name of the game. And unfortunately, there's a segment of our community that believes that the game is about protesting, voting, complaining, arguing, and also begging, right? Begging others who don't look like us to address the issues that are within our community. And those with a lot of people who have issues with that would say, well, they caused these issues. Okay, what are you gonna do about it? Right? People don't like when I say that, you guys, but that's the reality. What are you gonna do about it? So it's like it's kind of something like this, right? Like in policing, we always have cases where like a hit and run, right? A car hits your car, they drive off, you get the license plate, find out the car stolen, it has no insurance, and guess what? You're stuck with the bill. Someone damaged your car, they drove off, they have no intentions of fixing the problem, though they're at fault. Guess what? They stuck you with this problem. Now your car can't drive. right? Because they hit your car, right? Your tires hanging off, the stuff's bent, you done jumped the curb, like you done tore your car up. Now you're saying to yourself, it's not fair that this happened to me. I want to hold them accountable. They need to fix it. Guess what? Now you can't find them. Or you do find them. I've had these cases plenty of time. I do find them and you find out they have no insurance, right? Then you find out the car's not theirs. Then you find out all these things. And guess what? At the end of the day, it comes back around and you have to fix your own car. Spend all the way, did all that work just to find out that you have to fix your own car, but you were not responsible for breaking it. You guys, welcome to America. You may not have broken this car. Someone else broke it. But guess what? At the end of the day, nobody cares. And while you stop and you look around, everybody else's cars are still moving. And we're sitting looking at this vehicle saying that someone else broke it. And we want them to fix it. That person already moved on with their life. And so that's this issue. That's the issue. I mean, kind of in a sense, maybe this is not the best analogy, but the idea is at the end of the day, if we want to get back on this road and we want to get back in this race, we have to fix our own car. And though we are not responsible for the damage, we are responsible for getting back in the race, whether you like it or not. The problem is, and within this conversation that you see that Cam and Charleston are having, is now it's about, in this vehicle that's broken, you have qualified people who can fix this vehicle, but they choose to get out of the car and then get in someone else's vehicle that is working instead of working on the vehicle that's broken. They have the qualifications, they have the resources, they have the knowledge, they have the money, they have the wisdom. But because they want the convenience of getting back on the road, driving faster, going further, instead of dealing with the vehicle that's broken because there's a lot that needs to be fixed, right? It's more convenient to get out of that vehicle and get in someone else's car and drive off. You guys, that's what this problem is all about. That, in a nutshell, you guys, that's what this conversation is about. People within the Black community who get out of the vehicle and then they find a more convenient car to get into. And then they pull back up and say, hey, y'all good? All right, cool. Here's some turkeys. Y'all hungry? Okay, here's some gas. You're like, okay, I got gas for the car, but guess what? The wheels are messed up. Right? My tires are bald. So that's what this is kind of about in a nutshell. And what Charleston White is saying is, you had someone like a Deion Sanders who he says fuck Deion, right? Essentially, that's what, well, it's not essentially, that's exactly what Charleston White said. He said fuck Deion. And he's explaining to Cam his reasons for that. He's saying that Deion got out of the car when he could have stayed and fixed the car because he had everything, he had all the tools, he had all the resources, could have fixed the car and helped the car move further along. And because he chose to go into another vehicle provided by the white establishment, he sold his people out. And that has become 70% of this interview with Charleston White, trying to explain to Cam Newton the difference between someone who is willing to sacrifice for the community versus someone who's willing to make sacrifices for self. And essentially pointing out the hypocrisy that goes on within the Black community. I have spoken out about it. People don't like when I say it for a lot of different reasons. We're very emotionally driven people. And unfortunately, we become easily manipulated through our emotions. And, we see that firsthand in a lot of different things. Charleston points that out, how we like to bounce from trend to trend, and we don't really sink our teeth into something tangible and hold on to it until the task has been completed. And then we get what we have been protesting about, and it doesn't happen. So there's a lot to talk about tonight, you guys. I will be bringing people up. I want to hear those who might have disagreements, those who might have issues. I'm always open. As you know, this is a censor-free platform. All I ask that you just be respectful in the chat, and I want to hear your take. I want to hear what you have to say. So outside of that, if you haven't already, I haven't been on live in a long time. So please, by all means, check out the social media platforms. If you have not been following already, check me out on Instagram. Not on TikTok as much. Every now and then I drop some small videos on there. And I think I just hit like 10,000. TikTok is a nightmare. I need to update that Twitter. As you can see, that's an old X. I'm on X. I'm trying to get more into it. But anyways, you guys, check me out on there at Real Nathan Daily. And we will definitely keep this thing moving. So yeah. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the moderators and members. I appreciate you guys. We are in for a great conversation. We're going to break down and react to this. And again, I want to get your thoughts. So yeah, without further ado, have a tough conversation, you guys. Let's have a tough conversation. And then I definitely want to hear everybody's thoughts. So I'm going to start this off at the end of the interview because Charleston White said something that was very profound. He said something that was very profound, and I think it's important that you guys hear this because I hate for us to have this well kind of rounded conversation and then you miss this most important key. I think this should have been said in the very beginning, but this actually was said at the end, and it puts a bow tie on this entire conversation. Cam asked Charleston White about his closing statement. And if you guys haven't seen this interview, please go and check it out. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. It's 3 hours, but we are gonna cover some key points in here. But this right here, absolutely, I gotta make sure we talk about this. All right, let me see.
Last words. Got anything to say?
You can't fix the community until you fix what's in the mirror. And I think that's the problem that most Black people are trying to have. We overlooking the mirror, the man in the mirror. We overlooking the woman we laying next to. We overlooking the children, only to come outside and try to fix the community. When we need to be making our beds up in the morning when we get up. We need to be dusting the house during it. So that's the problem we having as Black people. We trying to fix everybody but us, starting in the mirror. Then when you come out the mirror, nigga repairing and trying to fix you, you look around at your wife and your kids and in the house and try to fix what's in the house. Then you step out on your porch and say, hey, neighbor. Then you look down the street and see what's wrong with the street. Then you go out into your community, but you don't start from nowhere but the mirror. That's the starting point. And I think that's what we forgetting as Black people. I went and fixed me before I came to the internet and started saying what was wrong in the community. I became the change that I wanted to see. In the process of doing that, I became famous. I found out that I got a gift in comedy. I discovered my talents that I didn't know I had as a kid. So, hey, nigga, fuck who mad. Nigga, it worked. And it's working.
All right. So let me also say this. The man has a mouth like a sailor on crack. Okay. So just FYI, you guys, there's gonna be a lot of interesting language that's going to be used on here. You guys know I'm not a big cursor at all, but I don't swear a lot or anything like that. But we're about to get it in on this one. Charleston White, very, very vulgar with his mouth. So try to look past that and just really just focus on actually the context of what's being said. And that's about it. Also, fair use. Hopefully, Cam's not going to really trip too much about us doing this reaction. He's a good dude. So I'll shoot him an email after this. He probably won't even see it. But anyways, why is that statement important? I think a lot of times, what he said was 100% true. Again, the work starts within us. It starts with us And a lot of times we focus so much on wanting to do everything outside of fix the closest things that we have immediate control over. I say it all the time on this channel that the only person you're able to control is yourself. You can't control anybody else. And the most power that you have is a power are the things that are closely in your immediate reach, right? So in martial arts, we have this saying that, you know, you generate more power when things are closer to your body. The further out you go, the more your power, you lose more. So what ends up happening with us as individuals, we try to overextend ourselves, and there's no strength in that, right? There's no strength in that. The most things you can control, you guys, are things closest to you, starting with you as an individual, your immediate family, your own house, right? You get those things in order and you manage those things perfectly, then you don't really have to worry about everything else, right? Become the change you want to see. He's absolutely correct. Too many broken people, ignorant people want to come out here, get on the camera, get a mic, and want to start talking about things, and they're not qualified to talk about it. I say that all the time over here. And a lot of times people don't really understand that. But, you know, the proof is in the pudding. We're going to dive into the video clip, or the clip that actually went viral as it relates to this conversation. It started off, Cam had an issue with Charleston because Charleston made some comments about Deion Sanders, saying fuck Deion Sanders. Cam, also being a football player, you know, a former football player, he felt some kind of way about it and came to Deion's defense. And so we're going to start the clip from there, and then we'll double back. No, matter of fact, we'll start from hip hop's effects on children. Yeah. Let's start there. That's what we'll.
Don't listen to
your mama don't know what she talking about.
You see what I'm saying? You're gonna be a little bitch. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you're gonna be a man. Da 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 da. We all go through those types.
So
of
not only that, when mama leave, just like every other kid, what we do, we cut on that television.
Mm-hmm.
So now when we cutting on the television at this time, homie,
excuse me,
gangsterism being introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga, mama at home. And what I see on TV is being propagated. It's being glorified. Imagery, right? It's no more Big Daddy Kane's. There's no more Kid and Play. It's no more MC Hammer niggas dancing. Imagery is now being subjected to children through the hip hop culture.
The bad boy, the outlaw.
Come on, homie. NWA, the gangster.
Yeah.
Nigga, fuck school. I pull a G about a week. Fuck school. Just that small line right there in a rap song. I pull a G about a week. Fuck school. That was KRS-One saying that.
Mm-hmm.
So when I cut off my television, nigga, them images that I see, that look like Uncle Wayne, the pimp.
Yeah, that's who you relate to.
Come on now. So now I'm spending the night over my homeboy houses. Nigga, they brothers is uncles is drug dealers and gangsters. They looking like the imagery.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're starting to take on the image. How do we learn the behavior of gangsters? Through the lyrics in the movies are now being shown to us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, rather than us wanting to play football, nigga, we want to be too sweet. We playing too sweet. The guy that can whoop everybody in prison in the movie Penitentiary.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of doing kung fu and doing karate, nigga, we playing high top and rocket on Colors. So mama at work while this dynamics is changing.
With no absolute clue.
Don't have a clue what's going on because nobody is hip to this new culture, really.
Yes, sir.
So now you have people who are becoming aware of the words in these lyrical contents, and now they're starting to put parental advisory labels on tapes. But mama and them don't have the time to sit and listen to this shit. They tired. They getting out work tired.
Mm-hmm.
Then one of us is having problems in school. So she got to take out work to come deal with this one. So because she's dealing with this one, guess what? The younger one flying under the radar getting in trouble because the oldest one is getting in so much trouble.
Right.
All right. So let me say this. For those who don't understand this dynamic, some of us grew up in households like this. You guys, as a police officer, I've obviously going into homes, going into our communities, dealing with these type of situations. He is 100% correct. I always tell people, if you want to validate some of this, the things, these claims that he's making, talk to counselors, talk to teachers, talk to nurses, talk to doctors, talk to those who defects workers, therapists, those who actually serve communities, right? Talk to other police officers. They'll tell you this to be true. What he's talking about is how music within our community, right? This is what we're speaking about. We're talking about the Black community. We're not talking about everybody else's community. We're talking about the Black community. That's what this conversation's about. The power and influence of music in Black people's lives. It has been a huge influence. And I have debated people about this topic, and a lot of people feel like it's not true. But when you're limited to just a few Black people you know versus someone who's actually serving Black people who are actually working in, like, that's your job, you see the music and how the music has an unhealthy impact. The lyrics that are being spoken by children, by teenagers, hell, shown by parents with their kids. And then you see the behavior start to shift. You see the kids wanting to emulate the people that they see in these music videos or in these songs, and they repeat these lyrics over themselves. You guys, it is a big, big, big problem in our community. He's talking about how the parental advisory warnings, right? I used to have these debates with people and they would say, well, it's not our responsibility as musicians to keep the music out of these kids' hands. That's the parents' job. Well, the problem is exactly what Charleston White is explaining, that a lot of the parents in our community, unfortunately, you guys, are being raised in households without a lot of parental supervision. And, and that's for a lot of different reasons. The reality is that is an actual problem. It's a factor. And so parents aren't really looking at or have the time to go through these kids' rooms, their phones, their computers. They have no idea what their kids are doing at school. Oftentimes when I'm dealing with juveniles, they live double lives. You guys, they're living double lives. The person that the parent thinks their child is not the actual person that's at school. You're talking about gangsters, kingpins, kids that are popular, kids who are bringing changes of clothes and changing when they get to school. They are not the same person. I could arrest kids and be like, hey, hi, Miss Susan, just letting you know that your son is under arrest for XYZ, XYZ. And they'd be like, not my child. My child doesn't do that. My child doesn't do that. You're lying. You got the wrong kid. Man, we got him on camera climbing through people's windows, stealing their stuff, And a lot of times parents are in denial. You guys, they are in denial. And so one of the most difficult, challenging things that I face with parents is telling parents that their kid is not who they think they are. They are not who you think they are. Majority of parents don't even go in their kids' room. Don't even go in their kids' room. So Charleston is really touching on something here. And the responsibility, of course, absolutely should be on the parents. Unfortunately, in some of these households and some of these communities, that's not the dynamic of the household. The kids are being unsupervised. The kids are leaving the house. They're climbing out of windows. They're letting themselves in. They're cooking their own food. The mother, on a lot of these cases of single mothers, you guys, they are working 2 or 3 jobs. Or they are not working and they're being sustained by the government, but they have multiple kids and they cannot manage all the children that they have. And then what ends up happening is you're trying to focus on the youngest child while the other kids are scrambling the streets at night. You guys, that is a very consistent problem within our community. So he's absolutely correct.
And that's what's happening in these households.
It's becoming overwhelming.
It's only one parent.
It's
only one parent.
One parent.
Not only that, the problems and the frustration of the children is mounting on top of whatever problems you're having at work, whatever financial problem and your relationship problems.
So along that, as are not just you, but what you've been able to verbalize and picture paint is a typical situation in Black America.
I call it the traditional single African-American parent home.
It's so not problematic.
It's trauma-based.
It's trauma.
It's trauma-based.
In that household that's festering, and you're building the next generation of killers, pimps, drug dealers, because that's what they see.
Out of fear. You do this. It's some mothers. All my partners, they got the gangster mamas. Them niggas was some of the most hardened killers in the streets because their mothers groomed them.
Yes.
The nigga who was groomed to be hard on a woman, he's very abusive because his mother taught him these traits. And whatever mama teaches us, we stand on it. I'm gonna say it again, nigga. Whatever mama teaches us, we stand on it. That's why.
So my homeboy coined this term called RBMs, raised by moms. You guys, listen, in our community, I've seen some of the most dangerous parenting come from mothers. And I know this not to say single moms are raising killers, not saying that. What I am saying though is what Charleston White is speaking on is true. Mama's boys, emotionally unstable, emotionally undisciplined boys growing up to be men are very, very dangerous. Emotionally, they're dangerous. They lack discipline, and they tend to use physical force to express their feelings. Very, 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 very dangerous. Someone said, do you have proof of that? Yeah, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. A lot of times what I end up seeing in cases where you have kids who are being shielded by their mother, where the mother knows of their criminal activity but refuses to turn them in, refuses to address it because the mother, one, doesn't want to see the child, their son, victim of any consequence. Lying, helping them conceal things, helping them evade police as much as possible, right? Knowing that they're doing things that it's like they actually help facilitate the behavior. We've seen that. I mean, most recently, the first thing I think of off the top of my head is what's his name? His mother's all on YouTube talking. Something, his name is Duck, something, I can't, FDM Duck or something, but his mom is on there and you hear how she talks. You know, there are mothers out here, unfortunately, guys, who are raising these problem childs. And they are really helping fuel this problem. And one thing about these kids, I'm telling you, when you actually talk to them, they live and die by what their mom says. You know, they live and die by what their mom says. And again, it's tough to deal with, but that's the reality. And I just urge people, again, talk to the people who are doing the work, you know. And again, it's one thing to think about the things that you've seen. FBG Duck, there we go. If you look up FBG Duck's mother online, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. You'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. And you know, these Charleston White's not lying, man. You know, again, it's different when you guys see a few people within the community versus someone who's actually working, going from house to house to house to house consistently on a consistent basis. It's tough. It's tough.
Nigga, I repeat a lot of the shit my mama say. Nigga, mama said that the Bible. So nigga, so if you the street mama, that's why the whole mama is so dangerous. But the loving, over nurturing mama is just as dangerous as the whole mama who teaching him the street shit.
Yes, sir.
Because she handicaps him, and what ends up happening is out of his rebellion to be free as a boy and a male, he overcompensates with being over masculine because mama done gave him all this everything. So he tried to play over masculine. He too tough. He too tough. That's the nigga too tough. Over masculinity is the driving force for niggas to crash out. Nigga want to fight all the time. That's mama. He don't know to think because being analytical is a man's natural behavior, not an emotional state. Nigga, we've been groomed to be emotionally responsive and emotionally driven men because of our loving mothers. She's so loving, she only whoop us when she's frustrated. That's where we learn to hit when we get mad. Sit down somewhere. Bow, 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 they hit you. And secretly, they feel guilty because I've done it as a parent.
Yeah.
Feel bad in the motherfucker, but you done already delivered the lick.
Yes, sir.
I got a friend by the name of Terrence Sampson. He did 29 years on a 30-year sentence for murder. When he was 12 years old, he stabbed a next door neighbor 93 times. Oof. He said he had his first homicidal thought when he was 5 years old, after his dad had brutally beat him. But right after the thought, he said his dad walked in with tears in his eyes and said, son, I'm sorry. Imagine had his daddy done that before the thought.
He would have saved a life.
Come on, homie.
So
frustration is a motherfucker as a parent.
Before we get too ahead of ourselves, I'm trying to paint a picture here, and I'm trying to
you know, and I think this is what comes up too. A lot of people say, well, we're the fathers. And what's the responsibility of men raising these boys? We like to kind of put a lot of the responsibility on women and saying that women are kind of ruining these kids in a sense because their parenting doesn't work, right? Their parenting style might not be effective because they are more nurturing, they are more emotional, and kids need discipline, right? And so I agree. I think that both sides, both parents are at fault, right? But at the end of the day, if you have one parent who, well, here's the reality. The reality is that if a father raises a child, a single father raises a child solely by himself without the mother, statistically and by data, the child turns out better, right? As far as when it comes to health-wise, as it relates to deviant behavior, as it relates to staying out of trouble, as it relates to avoiding social problems and issues. So again, I'm not saying this to bash women. I'm saying that based off of what the studies show and the data shows is that the children are better off being raised by a single father than they are being raised by a single mother. That's what the results show, right? That's what the outcomes show. I didn't make that up, right? And so in these cases, regardless if you have two parents, if you have two parents that's not worth a damn, then you're going to have problems regardless in your house anyways. It doesn't really matter, right? Regardless, you need two healthy, qualified parents to raise a household. You need both. At the end of the day, you need both. So no one's advocating for one or the other. But that's just what the data shows. I want to go to the next segment on what they talked about, because I think, let me see. The hip hop's effects, black kids raised by one parent. Let me see. Charleston White going to jail 14 years. Prison reform. I thought this conversation was interesting.
What I'm hearing in this particular moment is like prison reform is essential. It's real.
It's very essential. Yeah, very essential. You have to understand, homie, there was 20 or 30 years of our country who believed that we should be tough on crime. And they became tough on crime. So not only did they create sentencing guidelines, that's where the 3 strikes come in. The minimum sentencing guidelines came in that was completely unjust and unfair, particularly to us. That's where you start seeing children going to prison at 15 and 16 years old. when we have all the evidence, we have all the research, we have all the medical and science information that says that the human brain don't develop to at or around 25. So why would you take a 17-year-old or 20-year-old and sentence them to life without parole when they don't even have the full brain development to make the rational decision that you and I would make in certain situations? If you factor in child trauma, you factor in the abuse, you factor in neglect, that brain may not develop to 30. That's why you hear these old ass niggas like Jay-Z and them hollering 40 is the new 30. That's the lack of brain development for us to even think to process that. 30 is the new 20. That's us really saying we're really fucked up. There's no way the 30 can be the new 20. You have to think backwards.
But you taking it out of context.
No, I'm not. What's in a man's heart come out his mouth. If you say 40 is the new 30, you don't. So that means you're a 40-year-old, you still looking 30?
No, bro.
What are you saying then?
But I remember that song, 30 is the new 20. Yeah, I'm so hot. Yeah. He's
still rapping about dope in his songs now. That song
cool,
God is.
But they're just like a lot of things being taken out of context. It was more or less like, yo, even though I'm older, I'm still able to, live a life that.
Not like a 30-year-old. That's the problem with the black man. He won't grow up.
Woo.
He won't grow up.
Woo. That's what's wrong with the black man. He won't grow up. Earlier today, there's a new rapper that they're promoting on social media in Atlanta, and his name is Little something. I think Little Daryl or Little something. But anyway, someone in the comments made a comment say, why does all these black rappers coming out got to put Little in front of it? Little Baby, Little Dirt, Little Derek, Little Daryl, Little Tyrone. Where is this little thing coming from? Charleston says, listen, the black man don't want to grow up, you guys. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. My thing is, again, we know music has a huge influence on black men, black people, the black community. That is a fact. There's too many of us idolize these artists and we worship the things that come out their mouth to the point where we like to emulate our lifestyles after them, right? We recite the lyrics of our lives and we want to live the things that they're doing. Art imitates life. That's what a lot of people say, and it's true. In this conversation, he talks about prison reform. And he talks about how you have young kids who are committing murder, committing these crazy acts of violence and crime in their community, and they're being hit with football numbers. It's a fact. Just recently in Atlanta, last year we had a shooting that took place in Atlanta at Atlantic Station, for those who are familiar with the area. And it was two large groups of black juveniles, right? From the ages of 14, 15, and between the ages of 14 and 17. And these juveniles are in a gang and they were out after midnight in Atlanta, the city of Atlanta. A bunch of kids, about 30 of them, right? And we just talked about this. Who's watching these kids? Where are their parents at? They're roaming the city after midnight as a gang, sneaking out, doing whatever they want to do. Well, these two gangs end up clashing. Mind you, these are a bunch of kids, juveniles. One gang ends up shooting at the other group of kids. And that group shot and killed two 15-year-old boys. All right. What happened? Yesterday, they just got sentenced. They pleaded guilty for the murder of these two juveniles. Juveniles killing juveniles. What was the outcome of that? And I want to share this because it's right on time. Based on this conversation, let me share you this article real quick, just kind of quick little pause. And I want you to see exactly kind of what he's talking about. Suspects in deadly Atlantic shooting, all three defendants enter pleas for violation of the Street Gang Act. Antonio Jackson sentenced 20 years, 10 in custody, 10 probation. Demetrius Hill, plea, sentence 40 years, 30 in custody, 10 probation. Tony Wilson, sentence 40 years, 20 in custody, 20 in probation. You guys, this is what Charleston is talking about, how these kids are being sentenced as adults. And he's saying, hey, is it fair? Or like, what, is it right? Let's talk about it. All three defendants pleaded guilty. Here's some of the guys. This is Deronde Russell. Almaquez as is. I don't know. Street Gang Act. He's serving 5 years in prison. This guy's serving. Let me see. Atlanta police announced arrested 2 more teens. The 15-year-olds were not identified, but people did say they were arrested in different parts of the city. 17-year-old Al Michael Aziz was booked in jail for felony murder, aggravated assault charges. So this guy right here, he's 17. Let's see what this guy was booked for. DeAndre Russell, that's him. Russell's first adult to be charged in connection deadly shooting. I wonder how old he is. But anyways, so that's 2 of the guys. But these are the 2 victims who were shot and killed, okay? In Atlanta, these are 2 15-year-old boys who were shot. And I remember I covered this actually on my channel and showed the video of them walking the streets of Atlanta, right? 2 15-year-old boys walking the streets of Atlanta after midnight. Where are the parents at, right? Where are the parents at? We can talk about all day long about what's right and what's wrong. At the end of the day, these kids are coming from homes where the parent, usually they're single parent homes. Matter of fact, this kid here on the left, his mother had 6 kids, and she was talking about how she could not handle her son, and that her son is 15 years old and he's running the streets at night, breaking into cars and breaking into houses. And she talks about how she couldn't control her son.
Young lives will be remembered a
So-
year after a shooting near Atlantic Station. 12-year-old Zion Charles and 15-year-old Cameron Jackson were killed in a shooting that happened after hundreds of teens rushed the 17th Street Bridge. 4 others were hurt. And we know 7 people have been arrested in connection to the
7
shooting.
people.
The tragedy sparked calls for change across Atlanta. The community, city leaders, faith leaders, and others tried coming up with solutions to solve the issue with gun violence in our youth. One suggestion was changing the youth curfew. Right now, the curfew is going back into effect tonight. It's from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for anyone under 18. We do know Zion Charles will be remembered tonight during a balloon release on the 17th Street Bridge.
So the problem with that is you can make the curfew for 11 p.m. all you want. The issue is not the curfew. The issue is that the parents can't enforce any rules in their home because the kids don't listen. And so unfortunately, this mother talked about how her son Zion was, let me see if I can find. Okay, here, this is it right here. Let me see if this is it. Look, you can't make this up, you guys. Let me show you this. This is, we're going to dive back into the video, but this is exactly what Charleston White is talking about, what I was speaking on earlier about parents or single parent homes where these mothers are having all these children that they cannot take care of, they cannot manage. And what ends up happening is they find themselves having to work multiple jobs while they're still making babies that they can't take care of. Right. And again, this is not an attack against women, but this is an attack against poor choices, but ultimately ends up having a negative impact on a community. And so this is what she had to say after her son was shot and killed by another group of 15-year-old boys in Atlanta. All right. This is what she had to say.
When I served, my work was
Okay. Well, after this commercial break. But she makes this comment, and she talks about the struggles of being a mother, a single mother, and that she's asked for help and didn't receive.
The 12-year-old boy
help
shot
that
and
she wanted.
killed says her son was troubled and her calls to get him help went unanswered.
I tried, y'all. I called the police office almost 30 times. 30 times in the last 2 years. They told me they can't do nothing.
That is De'Erica Charles, the mother of 12-year-old Zion Charles. Yesterday, she addressed the Atlanta Public Safety Committee, saying Zion was running with a bad crowd and breaking into cars. A week before his death, she says she begged police to intervene, but they said they couldn't. Saturday night, her son Zion was killed in a shooting near Atlantic Station. 5 other teens were hurt. So far, police have not publicly identified any suspects, but say they have identified some of the young people who were there and will start issuing warrants soon. During yesterday's meeting, Atlanta City Council member Keisha Waits recommended a 7 p.m. citywide curfew for those 17 years old and younger.
I believe that this is another tool, given the shortage that we have in terms of law enforcement, that this will be another tool in their toolbox to possibly save lives of young people as well as the public at large.
White says the curfew will be introduced at Atlanta City Council's meeting next Monday. She says legislation regarding unsheltered teens and working teens will be excluded from the curfew.
So the problem is, this has nothing to do with curfew. What a lot of these people don't realize, and they think that this is the answer, is that
Okay. My name is Erica.
Okay, here's a better video. Let me just pull this one out. I think this is a lot better. This is important. I want you guys to really hear this.
I called everybody I could. I called them. I asked for help. I said, I have a 12-year-old son who did not have a father. I worked 2 jobs. I'm a single mom. I have 5 kids. I'm not blaming it on the single parent because the daddy wasn't in life, but I still had to do it. I worked at 2 jobs. I lost my second job. I didn't have a babysitter for my kids. I had my kids come to work with me. So that's how I lost my second job. I couldn't stay at home and hold Zion's hand. And when I tried, I reached out to him. I would get to school. The social worker have tried. I called the police on my son. I know my son, he coming out late. I called the police several times. I said, could y'all please lock my son up? I can show y'all text messages. Lock him up so he can know how I feel to be set down. Please, they told me. He gotta have a point system.
This right here. Multiply this by thousands. Multiply this woman by thousands. You guys, I don't think you understand, right? You hear this woman speak. Every single day I went to work, I'd meet a mother like her who had multiple kids that she could not manage. Multiple fathers, deadbeat men who are out here throwing their seed around, who have no intentions of being fathers, who are in and out of prison, in and out of jail. You guys, this is the reality of our community. This woman represents thousands of Black women who have children that they cannot manage. And those kids, they saturate the cities and the streets of our communities, and they wreak chaos. Chaos. And when I try to share this information, people get upset. But you guys, you don't chase these kids around after they got done robbing, killing, stealing, carjacking. These are juveniles that do this. And then you go to their home and you find out the mother cannot manage these kids. I don't know why. I can't tell you why they cannot. I don't understand why. But what I'm telling you, that this is the reality. So when you hear someone like a Charleston White say, our community is effed up, because he is a community advocate and he talks to these boys. You guys, I talk to these boys. I'm the one chasing them, right? I'm the one. And then I call the parents, and you know what the mother tells me? Leave them in the jail. I'm not going to pick them up. You know how many times a parent has told me, can I award my son over to the state? You know how many times I go to someone's house and they tell me that they've reported their child as a runaway. And they say, do not bring them back home. I have 4 other kids I have to worry about. You guys think it's a joke when we come up here and we share this information with you. You think we're trying to bash Black people. And that's not the case. I'm not here to bash Black people. I'm here to put a mirror up and say, you guys, this is a problem. How do we fix it? What did she just say just now? She said, I have 5 children with different fathers. Their fathers aren't here. I have to work 2 jobs. I lost a job because I couldn't babysit my kids. And then Zion is running the streets. This is what she's telling you. That little motherfucker, he's 15 years old. He's not listening to her. You guys, I have parents who will call me because they cannot discipline their own child. 911, what's your emergency? My child doesn't want to go to school. Can you send the police out? 911, what's your emergency? My son won't unlock the door. How old is he, ma'am? He's 12. 911, what's your emergency? I have a son. He took my car keys and he won't come back. How old is he? He's 14. 911, what's your emergency? My daughter, she's 14, and I just found out she's talking to a 30-year-old man. And he's buying her all these things. And she's hanging out at the Hotel Inn. She runs away and she won't come back home. 911, what's your emergency? We have women in our community that use the police as father figures for their children. She is not an anomaly, you guys. She is the norm. She's the norm. The question is, who wants to talk about that? Because we need to find a solution to that problem. This is a huge problem where you have a small percentage of Black men in the Black community who are impregnating the majority of Black women. You guys, that's a problem. These bottom feeder men with no purpose seem to always find some vagina to slide into. Someone is always opening their legs for these type of guys. You guys, this is a problem. And she's sharing it. She's talking about it. And because she could not control her own son, who's 15 years old, 14 years old at this time, he ended up getting killed in the city of Atlanta because he wanted to hang out downtown. You can't make this up. You guys, he's a child. She's a parent. And for whatever reason, our community wants to glance over this and then turn around and say the white man's fault or it's the police fault. What did she say? I've called the police on him all the time. They can't do anything about it. You know why? Because we're not parents. We have no legal responsibility to discipline your child. So when you have Charleston White explaining this and saying, listen, you got these kids committing murder who are going to do life, their entire adult life in prison. Charleston White is saying it's not fair.
Don't sacrifice your nuts.
Don't sacrifice your nuts. You know, so this is the problem. Let me just go back to go back to this mom here.
Everybody I called them. I asked for help. I said, I have a 12-year-old son who did not have a father. I worked 2 jobs. I'm a single mom. I have 5 kids. I'm not blaming it on the single parent because the daddy wasn't in life, but I still had to do it. I worked at 2 jobs. I lost my second job. I didn't have a babysitter for my kids. I had my kids coming to work with me. So that's how I lost my second job. I couldn't stay at home and hold Zion's hand. And when I tried, I reached out to him. I work at the school. The social worker have tried. I called the police on my son. I know my son, he come in the house late. I called the police several times. I said, could y'all please lock my son up? I can show y'all testaments.
Can you please lock my son up?
Know how I feel to be set down, please. They told me he gotta have a point system. I gotta take my son to the juvenile system, to get him somebody to help him. I said, what 12-year-old son, running the streets gonna come with me? Can I come by myself and give y'all information? Y'all go find my son. They told me, no, we cannot help you. My son about mental illness. he had to take pills. It was my fault. I stopped giving him pills because he had a bad allergic reaction at school one day. I had to take 5 EpiPens, and that scared me. I thought I was going to lose my son then. So I stopped giving him medicine. That's why he didn't take the medicine, but he was my mental illness. I tried, y'all. I called the police.
And listen, my heart goes out to her, but then it doesn't, right? Because at the end of the day, this is an unfortunate situation. Her son, she lost her son's life behind it. It's an unfortunate situation. But what we're talking about tonight is about self-accountability and how we as individuals have to do better. It's nobody else's responsibility to be responsible for us, ourselves. That's what this whole conversation with Cam and Charleston is about accountability. That's it. And if you want to fix these things, we have to do it together as a community. You know, shout out to Chris. What did he say? He says 75% of Black children are born out of wedlock. This has become the norm in our community. And I know people like to push back. You hear women say, well, it doesn't mean the fathers aren't around. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about kids not being brought up in a traditional nuclear family, right? And at the end of the day, as she's saying, I have all these kids, I can't take care of them. Common sense will tell you to slow down. And with all the birth control that's free and available out here, somehow people still find ways, knowing they can't afford it, knowing that you have grown adults who can't take care of themselves, yet they're still out here having children. And these children at the ages of 12 and 13 run the street. We have young girls out here at the age of 12, 13, and 14 who are out here in the city of Atlanta selling their bodies for money so they can buy clothes to look good at school. You have young boys, 13, 14, 15, selling drugs, robbing, stealing, not to put food on the table, you guys, but so they can buy name brand stuff so they can look like the people they idolize in the music videos. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. And but matter of fact, before I even get back to the Charleston White, I'm sorry, but before I get back to that interview, let me because people are gonna think I'm full of shit. But what is that kid's name? What is his name? The little kid who was rapping about shooting and killing. He's like 6 years old. What is his name? I gotta play this for you real quick because I've put out videos on YouTube that have gotten banned from speaking the truth. I've been putting out information that have been getting me shadow banned on YouTube, and then I turn around and see kids, juveniles, talk about shooting and killing and selling drugs and having sex at the age of 14 and what they're doing and blah, 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 blah. And their videos are getting millions of views on YouTube, and then it's being supported by our community. Nah, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Let me see if I can find it because I gotta pull it up. I gotta pull it up. There we go. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Because y'all gonna think I made this up. Y'all gonna think I made. When I saw this, it broke my heart. But I wasn't surprised. All right. This kid his name is Lil RT. Again, this is what we were talking about earlier about this little name, little this, little that. Lil RT. I don't know how old he is, but here is his music video. Okay, Lil RT. This video has gotten This video has received 3.3 million views. This was released a month ago. A month ago. Look at this. Look at this. We making it out of timeout corner with this one. At this point, you guys, with our community is too far gone. Lil RT. Listen to this. Listen.
you suck a dick, baby, you can get the fuck up on my shit. 100 round, hit him with the Glock, take a fucking down. 100 round, bitch, we in that kill, we gon' take him down. 12 get behind, we gon' do 60 fucking miles. I'm Mndz, keep on talking, bitch, I'm Mndz. You being that boy's head, suck his shit, he went out bad. 50 round, nigga know what, play with me, I'll shoot his head right in that ground. 10 round, step on the LeBron Gray, hit him in the face. She gon' suck the dick, go crazy, bitch, I'm in the lil, bitch, keep on talking, hit her in the
She gonna suck the dick. What'd he say? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? He's like 9 years old, talking about fellatio. He's talking about running from the police. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this high quality video. Look.
bitch, I held up in the Glock, hit him in the Porsche, hit him with the Glock.
Hit him with the Glock.
Hit him in the face, make little bro, try like he a cave.
Hit him in the face. Betty dropped like a case. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Bitch, I got the Glock up on my side. If he try to run, clap him in the leg and make a drive. Bitch,
I got the Glock up on my side. If he what? That must have been his daddy in the front seat. See, men like that, fair use. Men like that are impregnating multiple women in the Black community. This guy right here is having multiple baby mothers, you guys. Multiple. The issue is the women who are allowing him to do it multiple times. That's the problem. That's the problem. Look at this. People say that our jails and our prison are filled up with Black men. Yeah, this type of Black man, right? Best believe, you guys, there's levels to this, right? There's a hierarchy when it comes to Black men. You got the ones at the bottom. I call them bottom feeders, right? These are men with no purpose. They're woodchuckers. They run around throwing their seed all over the place, and there are women out here catching it. The problem is with these woodchuckers, these bottom feeders, you guys, they are impregnating all levels of Black women in our community, from the highly sophisticated, educated, ones with degrees, professional women, professional Black women, women with money, to women who are middle class, to women who are lower class. These men are impregnating all aspects of Black women in our community, you guys. That is the problem. There's no boundaries. There's no standards. And they're creating little tyrants, right? You got clowns getting with clowns, making clowns, and you wonder why our community is a damn circus.
I'm in the lane and make a drive. Bitch, I'm in the sun. Bitch, I'm Mndz. Keep on talking. Bitch, I'm in the sun. Bitch, I throw a bullet out there. Hit you in your fucking face. In that big ass switch on the Glock. Hit him in the cage. That big ass glick. Hit him in the face. She sucked it. It just go crazy. Bitch, I'm in the line. Keep on.
She sucks what? It go crazy? I mean, do I need to even play more? The video got 3 million views. 3 million views. 13,000 comments. Three million views. This is what we're battling, you guys. This is what we're battling. All right. And multiply that little Negro by 10,000. See, you didn't work in the Black community. A lot of you guys, you get up, you go to work, you go home, you watch the news, you see some stuff, and you want to come online and comment about it. My job was to go through these communities and actually deal with, interact with, help, right? Serve people who look like me. I see this. You don't see it. You don't see it. I would work overnight talking 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and a little bit of little Ray Rays are running around the streets at night. At night. At the gas station. They don't walk themselves to the gas station at night. And we scoop them up. Where's your parents at? You guys don't have a clue. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue. And then when we talk about it, you got someone like a Charleston White. Now he's talking about these kids. And you guys get uncomfortable. You get uncomfortable. So he's talking about prisons and he's saying that there is no real reform. There isn't, you guys. These kids that I just showed you in Atlanta who are about to do 20, 40 years for killing another kid, guess what? There is no program that's going to help them deprogram what they're about to experience. They're about to become institutionalized. And some people are going to say, oh, this kid, the prison pipeline. Guess what, you guys? That's how it is. It is what it is. America is not built or designed to fix people. There is no correctional system at all. I'm telling you from someone who works in the system, there's nothing corrective about it. The only corrective thing you need to worry about is not getting your ass in there in the first place. Once you're in there, guess what? Once you're in the system, good luck. Once you buy the ticket, you're taking the whole ride. You guys, this is the problem. So again, at the end of the day, you can complain about the system or you can participate in it. I remember my mother telling me that the system's not fair. That's all she had to say. That's all she had to say. It's not fair. And when you get in there, they're going to give you more time than someone else who doesn't look like you. Oh, well, shit. Well, then that's all you had to say. I'm not one to test it out, you guys. I'm not. See, we like to test it out and then we get mad when we get the bad end of the stick. People say, well, there's too many brothers in there. No. There's a small percentage that are in there that don't have no business being there, wrongfully accused all day long. I'll give you that. But the vast majority are right where they need to be. Right where they need to be, you guys. You've seen the stuff I've seen. A lot of them aren't in there quick enough. They're not in there quick enough. And so we like to keep playing these games as if we are just out here innocent and the police are just scooping us up and throwing us in prison. Absolutely not. Worst case scenario, they're giving us more time than we actually need to have. But no, we did that. We did that. We definitely did that. So what Charleston is talking about is that there is no reform. Charleston's saying there is no reform and there needs to be reform for juveniles because just being in the system is traumatic. But I'm telling you that they're not going to create a system that's going to be corrective. They're just not. Why? Because they don't care. And it's not their responsibility. And at the end of the day, we're paying all this money for this system that is designed to make things worse. You guys, this country is about money. And if you haven't realized that yet, you are behind. You're behind. I've seen the most successful people who've been incarcerated for years, who did bids and they come out. They've been successful because they had a family unit behind them to help support them and then help them get back into society. Those who have the hardest time are those who don't have any type of support. There are some people I've seen come out who were incarcerated for long periods of time, and they were able to muscle through their own strength through self-determination, and they're able to make it. And then you have some who just within the first 3 months, they're back in prison. The recidivism rate is so high in this country because there is no concerted effort to really fix the problem. That's a fact, whether you like it or not. You could be a spectator or you could be a participant. Don't participate and you don't have to worry about it. But too many of our kids, our young men and women, find themselves behind bars because they wanted to participate.
Still want to be 40 and live like you're 30. What's wrong with being 40 and living like you're 40?
Mm-hmm.
Why you still want to live younger? The goal is to grow old, not get younger.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal ain't to keep all my black hair. The goal ain't to go and put a whole bunch of pretty white new teeth in my mouth the older I get. I'm going to lose a side tooth. It's okay. I'm getting old. Nigga, I'm going to get a bald spot. It's okay. I ain't got to go get the man weed. What? So that's what's happening, homie. We shaming old. So that's why the old niggas saying, oh, look at you, old nigga. Because we shame to be old. So our kids shame the old. Ain't nothing wrong with 40 being 40, my nigga.
Yeah. But what got you onto this activism in the community?
Because I had people who poured into me when I was a fool. So before I got out the juvenile system, I wasn't exposed to gangs.
Yes, sir.
I grew up in an upper middle class neighborhood with white kids from the 3rd grade. I don't know nothing about the hood shit. Nigga, I used to go to my Aunt B them house and see them nigga with the blue flags. And then I saw that shit on Colors on TV. Yep. I didn't know what that shit was until I went into the juvenile system. So when I got into the juvenile system, you see rolling 60 Crips, you see rolling 30 Crips, you got Altadena Block Crips, you got original Swamp Compton Crips, you got Fire Deuce Hoover Crips, you got GDs, you got Black Gangster Disciples, you got Spanish Gang, so you got all these different gangs. And it ain't no football team. And I'm gonna be here for the next 4 to 7 years. Get in where you fit in.
Correct.
Because this the boy sport in here. So nigga, I joined the game. And when I got introduced to it, coming from and I want to say this to all the mamas, coming from a single parent home with just mama in the house, never been spanked by a man, never been disciplined by a man, never had a hug from a man, never been kicked in the ass by the man. When I got introduced to the gang, it was everything I was looking for. Nigga, I got an uncle in the gang. I got a big homie. I got a nigga playing OG just like the daddy. Yeah. I got brothers.
These are your male figures.
There you go. And they ain't number 2-3 years older than me.
Yes, sir.
It's like the nigga in the 9th grade looking up to the senior. So, it's like the nigga in the 8th grade looking up to the 11th grader. He like a big homie. He like daddy. It's like a nigga in the 6th grade looking up to the nigga just got in college. He's still a kid too. But the 6th grade nigga don't know this.
Correct.
These the big homies now, nigga. These the daddies. These the uncles. And nigga, I fit right in and I became the little homie everybody loved. And I worked my way up the rankings. Showing out for them niggas. I just want to be accepted.
All right. What he's talking about is so true. And I think someone asked, I was looking through comments on this video and someone said, oh, he did all this talking. He was bashing black folks. He never spoke on solutions. You guys, if you're not listening to understand, this is the solution he's talking about. He's showing you what kids go through when they don't have stable homes, when they don't have that uncle, that male role model, those the brother, the older mature brother, the older mature uncle. When you have kids who are seeking and looking for validation, looking for love, looking for family, because they do not have it, they get it in the streets. This is a very known, well-documented concept where a lot of kids reach out to these gangs because they feel like love. They feel like they're providing a sense of family structure. And when you get into that twisted psychology of it all, what ends up happening is you find yourself doing things in order to fit in. You start doing things in order to feel relevant, to feel loved, to get that reciprocated. You guys, this is how a lot of these kids fall into the dark side of this deviant lifestyle, simply because their homes are broken. So many problems come from the home. They start from the home. He's telling you and he's showing you what it looks like. You guys, I would drop kids off at Juvenile. I've policed middle class, lower middle class black communities where you have in middle class communities, the parent, because majority of these kids came from single parent homes, had good jobs, had decent jobs. The kids wanted to be thugs. They wanted to be drug dealers. They wanted, why? They believed that this is what is masculine. They did it because this is what got the attention of women. It was cool to be a thug, right? And this how it was when I was in high school. I'm looking at guys who, I kid you not. Matter of fact, Eddie Long's kids, his son. I remember this like it was yesterday. This man has all this money. His son still wanted to be a thug, acted like he was a thug. He probably gonna see this and probably have something to say, but it is what it is. I remember it. Those who went to school with them remember it. And people like, dude, your dad's a preacher. We all hear about the preacher's kids and how they act, right? You hear how these celebrities' kids act, and they got all this money, but yet they want to act like they're in the street. We just saw it recently with T.I.'s son, whatever his name is. Look, Lord have mercy, that kid got a face only a mother can love, right? What is his name? King. And he's on a live stream, and he's talking to his mom and T.I., and they're like, bro, you grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. Nah, I stand on business. I stand on business. I'm out in these streets. Sir, what? Your dad and your parents are millionaires. So you live in a gated community in Atlanta. You don't know nothing about trap houses and all that. You don't know anything about that. And at the end of the day, all he cares about is wanting to associate with poverty. Because some reason why in the Black community, being at the bottom means you're the realest. Being poor is, or being broke, or being a thug, being a nigga who rob other people, selling drugs, selling dope. That's like a badge of honor. It's like it means that you've accomplished something. That means that you're tough, right? To men, it means that you're masculine. But to be educated, to be intelligent, to be articulate, means that you're a sellout, means that you're a coon. To have diverse thought, right? To want to do things correctly, to want to be a good student, means that you're trying to be uppity. So for whatever reason in our community, it's like it's bizarro land. It's upside down world, right? Good is bad and bad is good. To where the kids who have it good want to try so hard to be bad because that's what's being accepted. You're isolated. So there's this that needs to be addressed in our community. It absolutely needs to be addressed. And we're not realizing how detrimental this is to a lot of our young Black boys and Black girls who are coming up, who are afraid to be intelligent because they're going to be ostracized by their own damn community. You know what they used to say to me? That I talk white. Growing up, because you know how hard I worked hard. I had to take remedial English because my accent was so bad that then now I come across those who look like me and they're making fun about me articulating and enunciating my words properly. You get made fun of for being smart as a Black person. Make it make sense. So Charleston White is going to talk about this a little later on about Deion Sanders' son. He talks about this. You know who else talked about this? I think his name is Micheal Erwin, former football player. Rich, he talks about his son and how his son is a rapper and raps about gang banging, robbing, killing. And he's like, you don't know nothing about that life. You know, you don't know nothing about that life. There's a psychopathy. There's a problem within our community that we got to really address. Being cool, you can get girls if you're a thug. Like, as a Micheal Erwin. What did I say? Kyrie Irving? Appreciate it, brother. Let me pull it up real quick. I'm jacking up all the names tonight, but I appreciate y'all. Let me pull this up. I think this is important. I'm sorry, I know I'm getting off of the Charleston White, but this is important because this is bigger than Charleston White. Charleston White is having the conversation, but this is a bigger problem. This is a bigger problem as it relates to what our community is battling, you know, the psychopathy behind this whole thing. Let me see. Is this it? Let me just check real quick. And then let me see. Let me find a good is this it? Let me find. Okay. All right. Check this out. We got to talk about this. This is why this is important. This is what Charleston is covering in this. He's talking about the mentality of Black people and he's really honing in like what the issues are. And unfortunately what's happening is, and shout out to this brother here, he's bringing up a perfect example. The women are attracted to the thugs, Nate, so the young men are trying to emulate what the girls are attracted to. He's absolutely correct. The power of a woman's desires. Men are going to model themselves after what they believe is going to attract women. A lot of species consider this to be mating rituals. So if you see women attracted to this particular caricature of a man, then guess what? The other men are like, well, I want to get that type of woman too. So now I have to become this pseudo image of what I believe, or what people are saying, or our community is advertising as being a man or masculine, in order to get these outcomes that I want. Men are very rational in that way. But let's look at this. Let's see.
Got my bid is 17, Dad.
Yeah, 17, Mike.
You're dead at. What you think? Well, I expect you to say that. Talk about.
I don't know.
But the other one was pretty good. It didn't ring up any.
I got Michael listed in Jerry Maguire.
Count that as work. But telling the piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, complex people, man. That's what it is.
Does Celine Dion know you have that on? Is
might not be. I don't know when.
His name is Tut Tarantino. It's all the hard stuff. It's kind of music I listen.
I had, but
I love Celine Dion.
Yeah,
I love her.
Yeah,
man.
of course you do.
People expect me, I just like her. Love Sam Smith. That's the kind of music I listen to. I think because I'm so big and black and hard, they think I listen to all the hard stuff.
But you don't listen to rap?
I do. My son raps. His name is Tut Tarantino.
Wait, what?
My son, right?
What's his name?
He raps under Tut Tarantino. His real name is Elijah Ervin.
Okay.
But listen, get this out. I swear, if you go on iTunes and listen to him,
Tarantino,
he raps about some of the hardest stuff in the world. And I say to him, son, you grew up in a 20,000 square foot gated community home. How can you rap this stuff? Where does this stuff come from? You know what I mean?
Your son is using your childhood to rap about.
Oh my God, right. I worked hard to get you out of this, and you rapping right back to it. What is going on? It blows my mind, man. I'm telling you, if you listen, you'll be like,
you can't rap about a private education. I mean,
God.
I'm sorry.
Private schools his whole life. His whole life.
You grew up in a family of 17 kids.
Look, I think this is a good one.
Get this out. I swear, if you go on iTunes and listen to him, he raps about some of the hardest stuff in the world.
Money on me, I think I would have Fargo. Benjamin Franklin, Grant Jackson.
This is his son. This is his son, Tut Tarantino. All right. This is who Micheal Erwin's talking about. His son, who grew up in private school, fancy house, gated community. This is his son right here. There you.
You grew up in a 20,000 square foot gated community home. How can you rap this stuff? Where does this stuff come from? You know what I mean?
Your son is using your childhood to rap about.
Oh my God, right. I worked hard to get you out of this, and you rapping right back to
me. A meal, I'm still gonna be hungry. Still in the streets, still making that money. I don't want death, these niggas so funny. No, I can't hear shit, just on the car.
What is going on?
Okay, Micheal Erwin made those same remarks on Undisputed.
Tut Tarantino. And what's funny is when you guys look him up, I looked him up. He's walking around with AK-47s, guns, rapping about killing people, rapping about doing drugs. And what's funny is his father grew up in a very, I guess you would say, dangerous neighborhood. He grew up in, I guess you'd say, the hood. He's dealing with a lot of people who were doing drugs around him and things like that. So he grew up in a very dangerous community, and he got into the sports. He got himself out, got himself educated, amassed this money, all this money and resources. Now he has a son, and his son wants to go live the life in the neighborhood, running the streets, being a gangster. Because in our community and our culture, there's a segment of Black culture that glorifies this, that you're not really Black if you don't act like this, right? And we don't like to talk about that. Like, this is a problem. You know, this is a rich kid who wants to be a gang member. This is a rich kid who went to private school his whole life, who wants to be a killer, who raps about selling drugs. Make it make sense. Segment. I'm trying to be fair. I gotta say segment of our community because we all don't subscribe to this, right? I gotta say segment out of respect for those who don't support this part of Black culture. It is a segment of Black culture that unfortunately has a very, very high influence rate. Could you imagine? See, these are things that people are talking about. This is what people are. I said majority. Listen, I try to be fair, brother. I try to be fair. All right, I try to be fair. I want to pull up the part with Charleston talking about the beef with Cam's issue with him. This is
really what you stand for.
This is the part that went viral. Cam addressed an issue with Charleston White as it relates to comments he made about Deion Sanders, which is what the bulk of this interview turned out to end up becoming about, because Charleston White essentially called Deion Sanders a sellout. Okay, a sellout. He basically said, fuck Deion Sanders. He sold Black people out for a check to go work for white people. This is what he's saying. And Cam is defending Deion Sanders. But I believe, unfortunately, that Charleston White's perspective and his stance on what the mentality Black people need to have to combat the issues within our community, it went over Cam's head, respectfully, and his hat. Cam Newton looking like Dr. Seuss right here. But anyways, that's essentially what happened. It went over his head. Cam Newton missed it. Like a lot of people miss it who don't really understand the problem. And like I said before, that this is a breakdown between Black people. We are divided by those who believe white people are responsible for fixing the problem. And then you have the other side believe that Black people are responsible for fixing the problem. That's where this is, okay? The reason why I get pushed back on this channel is because I lie on the side that says Black people, it's our responsibility to fix our problem, not white people. And the other side believe because white people, right, or those who colonized, the colonizers, those racist people who enslaved Blacks and did all these horrendous things to the community of Black people over the years with the oppressive policies and behaviors, believe that it's their responsibility to fix. They essentially the government's responsibility to fix. And because these two have different ideologies, we clash all the time. That's the division. What do you think, SS? You said you disagree on the divide. What do you think the divide is? Because the way I see it is, it's those who believe white people are responsible and those who believe Black people are responsible for fixing the problem. That's ultimately, when you break it down to the lowest common denominator, what I see, in my opinion, I believe that's why we are fighting each other as much as relates to why we are clashing heads. So anyways, Cam breaks it down. Let's get into it.
I respect what you stand for. How it's articulated sometimes is something like, why you got to go all the way over there? For example, this is quote unquote coming out of what you said. Fuck Deion Sanders and his sons for leaving Jackson State. Fuck Nipsey Hussle. Fuck King Von. Fuck Jay-Z.
Yeah, fuck them niggas.
What? That ain't cooning?
No.
What enlighten me?
They don't say that niggas say fuck LeBron James. LeBron James get mistreated more than any athlete in the world. I ain't saying that for white people.
But niggas don't say that.
Niggas ain't my kind of niggas. These niggas go to white people stadiums and buy popcorn and hot dogs.
So you never been to a football game?
I do, but I ain't paid for it. And I don't buy no hot dogs and popcorn.
So what you do?
I really don't watch sports at all.
So what's your thing?
Strip club, hoes, and po nigga babies. And not fucking they mamas. Like the little league football coaches. See, I'm the nigga in the projects and in the ghetto that give away the toys, make sure the kids get and don't touch their mama's pussies. I ain't like them other niggas. So I can say fuck Deion, because nigga, Deion coached in my city before with Prime. Nigga, I know the East Side Falcons used to play, so I know about Deion.
And that ain't respect worthy for you to say, you know, even though
no, that ain't respect worthy. Because what I saw was, and I ain't really saying fuck Deion, I'm telling black people to say fuck Deion. Because what happened, we took our love and our support to Colorado, and we forgot about all these HBCUs that's winning or losing. We ain't said high five them. We don't know one black coach at HBCU.
Okay, now stop.
All right, let's pause there. He said a lot. He said a lot. Charleston White he's correct. He's correct. And we haven't even got into all of it. He said something that I want to point out real quick. He talked about how these guys out here sleeping with these single moms when they're supposed to be helping the community. Thought of Dr. Umar Johnson. Shout out to him. Unfortunately, you guys, you know, I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. Let me get back into this video. That is a problem. All right, let me just say this real quick. What I've seen is you have men who act like they care about these kids only to get close to these single moms so they can sleep with them. And you have these men who make it a point to act like they really want to be mentors, but they do it only so they can sleep with the mothers. That's a problem. I've seen it. I've seen it a lot. I've seen it a lot. And I thought it was funny that Charleston pointed that out. So I just wanted to call that out. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. Anyways.
Because like I said, behind everything that you say has some truth. But to that, I would suggest you say in that statement, I ain't gonna say per se, fuck Deion. But look, let's leave that part out.
I'm saying it.
But what we receive would be like, yo, even though Deion Sanders had to make a professional decision to go chase a bag that Jackson State didn't necessarily have, let's not forget about the other HBCU coaches that's out there.
Let me just say, Deion knew they didn't have the bag when he took that on. It was already an agreement that we know we go struggle. He even agreed to give portions of that to that facility. He already knew this. The white folks just came and do what they always do. Come get the nigga and take the attention that he was going to bring to the spotlight on the HBCU. Now this big old light that could have been on these HBCU is now on this one white school that's 92% white.
So let me ask you this.
Cam, you missed it. Cam missed it, you guys. He missed it. When I say he missed it, he missed it. He missed it so much that Charleston repeated it maybe about 6 or 7 times throughout this interview to the point where it became 70% of the interview. And I'm not going to play the whole thing again. Like I said, I'm going to play clips. I'm going to try to find the other clips. But what at the end of the day, what is Charleston White saying? Charleston White's perspective is coming from a point where Black people have to pull each other up. We are responsible for one another. The problem is some of our best, our brightest, our most talented, the ones with the most resources, they move and act as individuals. One could argue it's not their responsibility to do it. Okay, we could say that. We could say that. But what Charleston is going to articulate throughout this interview is that Deion was in a very unique position to where he could have brought a lot of support, financial support, a lot of eyes on HBCUs. You guys, for those who don't understand, and we should all know this, about 60 to 70% of all players in NBA and NFL are African American. I believe it's 60 to 70%. I think one is more, I think it's either more in basketball than it is in football. Either or, we know that black men make up the majority of players in both basketball and football. And we are honestly the most physically talented. If you were to remove all the black players from the NBA and NFL, it would be a boring sport. It would be no longer interesting. The reality is that not one black person owns significantly all right out any teams, whether in the NBA or in the NFL. Yet these brothers are getting cut a check, a massive amount of money, and they don't own anything. And at one point in time, did any of these brothers ever get together and say, hey, how about 10 of us come together and pull our money together and buy one of these teams and start buying these teams out? Or how about we get all of our talent because we make up the majority and start our own league, right? Not one time. And on top of that, what he's saying is, and what's happening, you guys, if you and some may know this and some may not, these HBCUs are pushing out a lot of quality athletes, guys and gals who, and I'm talking all sports, who are dominating in their divisions, right? And you guys, listen, white schools are coming and they're scooping them up and they're taking good care of them, right? They're taking good care of them. So people don't want to stay. The reason why HBCUs are failing is one, because of poor leadership. That's first and foremost. Deion had issues with the quality of the schools and how the school was doing their job. They're doing their job poorly. We got to talk about that, right? That's another thing, right? Black excellence and how we do not treat our own people properly, how we don't in leadership positions do our job properly in most cases. And so, you know, a lot of people tell you who've been to HBCUs, the conditions of a lot of these HBCUs are subpar, right? They're below standards. They're not getting the funding that they need to sustain themselves. But then when you have an athlete like Deion Sanders, who becomes a coach of an HBCU, he's bringing all this attention and star power to this school. Guess what that means? That means funding. That means more kids want to go to that school. Because why? Because Deion Sanders teaches there, right? So when you have celebrity influence, it could have made that school popular. It could have raised the stock of that school in a sense, right? The value of that school would have went up. Instead, what Charleston is saying is he got bought out. And Charleston talks about how a lot of other black people get bought out all the time. They have something good, and what a competitor does, who oftentimes is a white entity who has money, sees you as competition. Rightfully so, your competition. They buy you out. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying if we are going to have something of our own, you got to make sacrifice. And what Charleston is saying to Cam is that he wasn't willing to sacrifice a little bit of money for the bigger, grander scheme of things. He wasn't willing to make the sacrifice. What he could have done with that sacrifice could have saved so many lives, could have influenced so many lives, could rose the stock of the school HBCUs, created a trend where a lot of our top athletes, like a Cam Newton, he decides to be a coach at another HBCU. Well, people want to go to that school, and then you build up that team. You know how much money these college football teams bring into a school, you guys? I'm out here with the dogs, UGA, go Dogs. The amount of money that school brings in off of their athletic program, you guys, it's big money. It's big money. And if you are a competitive school and all of your talented players are black, coming from black communities, black urban areas, you guys, guess what? You buy them out. Could you imagine if all the quality black players were concentrated at HBCUs? Could you imagine if all the quality players were concentrated at HBCUs? They would destroy the college game. Destroy it. Absolutely destroy it. We are not playing chess. Hell, we're not even playing checkers. You guys, we think we know what we're doing. We're playing Connect fucking 4. And our competitors are playing chess. You guys, and we're losing because we're not thinking. And we're easily bought out by money. We're easily manipulated emotionally. And we're dancing around here thinking we're doing something. And Charleston is telling him, he said, listen, that could have been a big, huge win for us. And we failed. He dropped the ball. Deion dropped the ball. From a collective perspective, Deion dropped the ball. From an individual perspective, he won. He won. But we lost as a community. We lost as a community. And that's what this whole interview turned out to be about. Who's the sellout? Who's the coon? And you see this word being used about coon, coon, coon. Unfortunately, in our community, it is a word that's used as a form of deflection when a person doesn't either understand the problem or refuses to address the real issue because it makes them uncomfortable. And instead of actually addressing and having a mature conversation, you have Black people who will call each other names, right? They'll call you a sellout, call you a coon, Uncle Tom, right?
If you was in Deion Sanders' situation, you would have stayed at Jackson State?
No. You missing what I'm saying.
No, you missing what I'm
saying. I ain't saying fuck Deion. Deion done what he was supposed to do as a husband and the coach. I'm saying fuck the husband and the coach. Nigga, we don't rally behind no nigga that'll sell out for the white man job. Nigga, go get with the nigga that's still with the niggas down there on that field with them holes in it, like the schools and the shoes. That nigga, we always had a Negro league. Stay in the Negro league, my nigga. Why you gonna take our best and our brightest? So you done went and took the best and the brightest players over here for who to benefit? Not your people. And you done took all your people with their fame and their support for who? A school that's 92% white, and y'all ain't gave a one game, not one game to the Black HBCU, not Grambling, not Pratt, not one. No celebrity. So you're gonna come over here and rally all the best and the brightest players to come over here on Whitey's porch. And you debate, sir. You and your son, y'all debate. Nah, my nigga, I ain't with that. So I'm saying fuck him and his son. Nigga, why y'all ain't doing this same support for these little league football teams in y'all city that help them babies get to where Deion is? They don't get that kind of support. They stand on the corners and have the cheerleader little girl looking like hoes dancing, begging for money with buckets.
Okay, now let me.
That's just the little league fundraiser.
Let's just keep it a buck. All right. Honestly, it make me feel a certain type of way.
Now I'm gonna get to King Von and Nip, but we on Deion right now.
Yeah, we on Deion. It just make me feel a certain type of way because I respect Deion and what Deion got going on. So it's hard for me to hear you say that in a way where I know Deion Sanders' impact in our culture has did way more than anybody else in this society that we live in.
What impact have Deion had?
He brought notoriety to a space that, in essence, really wasn't there before.
What, Denver, Colorado? He brought notoriety to Colorado.
To Jackson State. He brought notoriety to Jackson State.
And then he took it where?
To Colorado. Okay. Now, to make my point, all right? So I'm asking you, Charleston White. You go to a matter of fact, can we keep it funky?
Mm-hmm.
What's the most that you've ever gotten to do or to be Charleston White?
$40,000 for a 2-day interview.
Okay, $40,000. Now, if you could say I could change that $40,000 to $400,000, would you just leave that $40,000 or would you go get $400,000?
I'm gonna go get $400,000.
Is that not what Deion Sanders did?
Mm-mm.
Okay, what did Deion Sanders do?
Deion's son is a star quarterback that he's trying to get to the league, and he's fathering his son to the league with nobody else's children in mind. And he's getting a pretty big check to do it. And what he's doing is he's robbing black people of their star power. He's robbing black people of their economics because he done took it and gave it to the white man. Because the space that you speak of, why not send it back there too? Why leave it here? Why the baby? Why Lil Wayne? Why all these major people don't go stand on the sideline of coaches that's not a celebrity? Why they don't do it to people who not celebrity? Why? Because this is what I know about black people. They worship and they idolize celebrities. That's why they are worshiping and idolizing Deion. They worship and idolize celebrities. And so I'm here to say, fuck them celebrities. From King Von to Nip, because when us regular people when we need help, they don't step down and come fuck with us.
That ain't true.
Man, I've been in the community for the last 12 years. Man, I know Deion lived in Prosper, Texas, Dallas, Texas. Deion was never there outside of his prime organization football.
But that's him there.
But that's why I'm saying fuck him, because I was in the community with him. I was at the football game with him. I watched how his arrogance walked past the parents and the kids. I saw how arrogant he was to his people. He ain't loving. Man, I done fought with the police. I was at every city council meeting. So when the football and celebrity nigga go to talking, I said, man, y'all talking from up here. I'm talking from down here with these people. I'm in the schools. I'm in the juveniles. I'm in the jails. I'm in the prison. I'm standing on stands swearing on murder cases and capital murder cases. Man, y'all talking from up there. It's easy to say fuck y'all. Easy to say fuck Deion and his son who driving a Rolls Royce, and these kids down here dropping out of school to go strip and sell pussy because they daddies don't have the money to send them because they can't eat, but he got a Rolls Royce that won't pay the parking fine. Now keep putting it in their face. Keep showing up, putting them watches in them kids' face. That's why y'all got robbed in UCLA. See, that's what I'm talking about. The Bible speaks for the least of those. Those kids up there ain't the least of those. That's why I talk about the poor nigga babies.
Okay. So can we keep it funky?
Yes, sir.
Charleston White, it sounds like you a hater.
No. I'm a realist.
No, because you talking about materialistic things.
No.
Favor ain't fair.
He said favor ain't fair. He said we speak for those, the least of those, right? Charleston White is saying we speak for the least of those. The idea is that the people at the bottom. He's saying, Charleston White, you sound like a hater. You guys, this is such an interesting banter between the two, going back and forth, kind of really dissecting the mindset and the perspective that they both have. Is Charleston White right? Is Cam Newton right? You know, the thing with this whole thing with HBCU, and I see some people commenting, and some of you guys are absolutely correct. It's not one man's job or responsibility to fix Black people at all, okay? It's not a celebrity's job to fix HBCUs at all. No one is saying that. What Charleston White is talking about is how too many of us move like individuals and we don't have a community mindset, right? We don't have a mindset where we're doing things that is, we don't think of each other in mind when we're making decisions. We don't. We think as individuals. And unfortunately, you guys, in America, this is a team sport when it comes to economics. Economics is not an individual sport, whether we like it or not. Individually, a lot of Black people are doing really well. Collectively, we're doing very bad. And I think what ends up happening is when we start complaining about the issues of this country as it relates to Black people as a whole, you then turn around and look at that we don't operate and practice and participate as a team, and therefore as individuals, there are things that can feel oppressive. Because in order to move and make change, you got to do it in numbers. And that's not what we're doing. And so because we're not doing that, we can't effectively make the change that we need to help the majority of the people who do need the help. All too often, people get in their castles up at top and they look down and be like, we'll throw some turkeys down there on Thanksgiving, and that'll kind of absolve us of any type of there's nothing more I could really do, right? I did my part. My kids are good, my family's straight, but the money that I'm making, the money that I sustain myself with, comes from the people beneath me or below me on an economic chain, and that's how I sustain myself. So I think that is where we have the biggest problem, that as Black people, we're not united from an economic standpoint. And if you're not united on an economic standpoint, you can't make any changes in this country. You can't at all. Individuals don't make nothing shake in this country. Groups do. That's why we see things with the LGBT popping off, making stuff happen, the Asian community popping off, making things happen, and then us struggling to come together to really, really spin the right narrative to get the things that we need. And we're not getting it because we are so divided. We are so divided. So I think that is probably one of the biggest clashes that you see in this interview between the two. So let me keep going, because there's another conversation they have in reference to Charleston White's delivery, which I think is very important. I've heard a lot of people have that issue with me, saying that, well, the way you speak sometimes it sounds harsh, or we don't like the way you said it. And in fact, we focus so much on the way the words made us feel instead of focusing on the words themselves.
I'm talking about
socialism and classism. We ain't talking about favor.
No, but
when you put it in their face, that ain't favor, because favor is meek, mild, and humble.
So you mad that Shador?
No. I'm glad they got robbed.
Cartier,
I'm glad they got robbed. I'm glad they got robbed. I'm glad every school he went to, he done been robbed.
That's cooning.
No, it ain't.
That's cooning.
No, it ain't.
Because you bring it. So see, because why I say that's cooning is you turning your story and your beliefs, using your platform to tear down a person who's bringing notoriety to something that wasn't there.
Well, they using their platform to tear down the Black school by not giving them the light. But because the Black school this is what I'm saying. Black people for the last 2 years when he was at Jackson State, y'all was HBCU hashtagging. I'm talking about you couldn't get on the internet and not see HBCU hashtag. What happened, y'all? Y'all cooning now. With the white man with Colorado University. Y'all cooning now. What happened to the HBCU hashtags? That's all I'm saying. What happened? I'm still HBCU hashtagging while I'm cooning. Yes, sir. And I'm still showing up at the HBCU, buying HBCU girl and rocking it on the major platform. I don't see nobody HBCUing it like me. So who cooning?
So I'm going to tell you this. You just sit up there and told me that you made $40,000 in 2 days. Mm-hmm. And you also just told me that if you had an opportunity to make $400,000, you would take that. So the fact that Deion said, hold on, let me just say, okay. I turned down a $5 million deal with Aiden Ross and Kick to take a $500,000 deal with niggas. I turned down a $5 million deal with Aiden Ross and Kick to come over here to sign a $500,000 deal with niggas so I can stay with my people. Mm. Yeah, they say I'm dumb and stupid. Yeah, I turned down $5 million so I can go sign $500,000. So I can stay with these niggas. I ain't want to sell out and go beat up them white folks. Take all my star power over there with Kick and Aiden Ross with them Jews. I wasn't fit to do that, my nigga. I stayed with the niggas. Culture TV. Don't even know if they can give me the whole $500,000. But nigga, I stayed with my people, my nigga. My spirit wouldn't let me do it. So I don't give a damn what Deion taught. Nigga, I sacrificed for it. Yeah, when I told them white folk I'm not leaving my people, they took back it's a curriculum. And for those that know, it's a curriculum called Thinking for a Change. When Obama implemented the My Brother's Keepers initiative, there's a curriculum that's called Thinking for a Change. It's damn near $100,000 curriculum. White folk gave it to me. But they said, Charleston, we want you. We don't want your people. I said, if you take me away from my people, you diminish the value of who I am for my people. I'm going to say it again. When you take me away from my people, you diminish the value of who I am for my people. And I refuse to do that. And Deion diminished his value to his people for his people to go over there. You got enough money where you ain't got to do. How much money you want? I don't want $100 million.
I don't want 1 billion. It's that much harder to get in heaven if you believe that word. I don't want 100 million, my nigga. I want to walk amongst my people. I want to be able to go to the bottom of the least of those. He can't do that. Him know his son. They go rob him. I ain't been robbed yet, and I show up with no security. I done say fuck Nipsey. I done say fuck the Crips. Fuck Raymond Washington. I done disrespected everything these niggas done kill for, and I travel with no security. They can't do that up there.
Nah, that don't mean you ain't been looking over your shoulder.
I ain't been looking over my shoulder.
You
I just went to sleep. I just went to sleep in the barbershop and got hit in the head with the pistol in the hood. It's viral in there. I didn't look over my shoulder in the hood. I went to sleep. I ain't looking over my shoulder. I went to sleep in the barbershop chair. Nigga come hit me, a killer. I didn't look over my shoulder. Nigga, I went to sleep. I go, it's pictures of me sleeping in a strip club like this here. I ain't looking over my shoulder. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. I speak against evil.
Okay, let me ask you this. So you think if Deion Sanders goes sitting in that barber chair, you think he gonna get hit with a pistol without no security?
He gonna get robbed and hit.
No.
You lying to me?
No.
You lying. He getting robbed right now.
That's cap.
Him and his son getting robbed right now. He got robbed in Jacksonville. But see, Deion coached football. I address killers in the neighborhood. I address the niggas who kill in our communities. Deion don't.
Here we go.
I address the gangbangers who do wrong.
But you just got pistol whipped though.
No, I didn't get pistol whipped. I got hit.
What?
Let's again, we have to remember Charleston White is he's an activist, right? His mentality is different. He's talking to someone who is a part of the culture that essentially has influenced kids in our community for quite some time now. One could argue that a Deion, a Cam Newton, other athletes and things like that are essentially part of, they're part of the problem. They're being used and weaponized against our community, right? In a lot of different ways for those who kind of understand like what's actually taking place. So Charleston White is saying, listen, I'm an activist. I'm looking at things from a different perspective. Sir, you're rich. You're a wealthy black man. Like your views are different because the people that we need to change are the ones that are actually paying you. Essentially, you know, and so again, they're having two different conversations. Cam isn't necessarily wrong. He's just not accurate, right? They're having two different conversations. What Charleston is speaking on is one, empowerment. He's talking about empowerment. And when you're talking about empowerment as it relates to black people, it has to come with sacrifice. You got to be willing to put people over profit, not profit over people. And again, it's a difference between an individual mindset and then a community mindset. You know who had a very strong community mindset as an athlete? The first person made me think, top of my head, Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali had a very, very powerful community mindset. From the little I know about the brother and his contributions as a boxer, you know, he made a lot of political statements through his athleticism, through his talent. And, you know, it matters. It absolutely matters. Let me roll down to this next segment, I think is that I want to play. I want to say it might have been the beginning.
There was one thing left out of the introduction.
Talk to me.
I started out on the internet as a frustrated youth advocate.
Okay.
I wasn't an entrepreneur. I was a struggling single dad who financially didn't have the means to put gas in the car every day,
okay,
but was still working in the community. Because of that, that struggle and that small time frame of struggling, I evolved into entrepreneurship by way of the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But I started out frustrated. So when I came to the internet, I didn't even know you could make $1 off the internet. financially, I didn't know how to create a business to make any profit from a business. I thought I was supposed to be begging and asking for donations. So the internet taught me a lot, and it helped me to become all those things that you just named.
So really what I do know, and I've told you this while we were talking in anticipation to get you on Funky Friday, behind everything that you say, controversial, agreed upon, or disagreed upon, behind everything that you say, I can agree that there's some truth to what you say.
And a message. I ain't just talking to be talking. I ain't started out trying to be funny. When I was describing post babies with rundown Michael Jordan tennis shoes, I wasn't saying that to be funny. When I was talking about them ghetto with them weaves on their head, riding in the car, patting them head because they can't scratch their hair, and their daughters grow up patting their head because they don't know that's what they mom. So I wasn't saying that to be funny. When I was talking about the siren laying around the house, watching a woman go to work with that good in the bed, but he can't fix no alternator, he can't get no job. He laying around the house, jacking his off on the phone, going outside to hang with a bunch of only to end up in jail by Friday. Yeah, I wasn't saying that to be funny. That was my observation from doing qualitative studies in our community, from community work. So I wasn't trying to be funny. The internet told me I was funny. For one, I didn't know I looked funny. The internet told me I look funny. Oh, look at his eye. Look at his dread. So nigga, I didn't know I looked funny. I thought I was cute. So the internet shaped this what they see today.
Okay. Well, I must admonish the viewer to understand this. We ain't even 5 minutes into this segment, and we are already ruffling some feathers or may. Would you don't bring your shadow band ass over here to Funky Friday and get my shit shadow band too? But we're gonna have a good time today, because one thing that I do believe in is accountability. One thing I do believe in is making sure that I don't judge, right?
Yeah.
Even though in my religion I love it so much.
I want to find this section on here. He talks about delivery. And I don't know where that section is at in this interview. Come
on, my nigga. I'm starting to resent black people.
Don't do that.
Nigga, next year I'm gonna be hollering fuck black people, because they the most hypocritical, fakest motherfucking people in the world. Because if any motherfucker mad about what I'm saying and can like Lil Durk, can listen to King, nigga, Nipsey Hussle say I'm gonna turn all these bitches into lesbian. I started not liking that nigga when I heard him say that. Nigga, you'll turn all the hoes into lesbian. He said, I'm gonna turn all these bitches into lesbian. Nigga, not my black queens. Maybe you ain't got no black mama. I got a.
All right. Let me speak on this real quick before we let him go ahead and cook. But the conversation is about idols, idolizing these idols, and calling out degenerate lyrics and behavior. What's happening, or the conflict that we see right now as it relates to these conversations, is that we have artists, musicians, and entertainers who are representing, they become a representation of black people, whether we like it or not, whether we agree on that or not. The world sees them and they think that they represent black people. Well, then their lyrics and the things they speak on, their behaviors and their actions, whether in movies, music videos, or in public, you guys, that is a reflection of us, according to the world. This is how the reality of the world works. Our image is on display through celebrities that look like us. Whether you agree with that or not, that is the reality. People are being educated about who black people are by the content that we as black people put out. We are all responsible for the collected image. This is a fact, whether you like it or not. What is happening in this interview is Charleston White is pointing out who he doesn't like. He's saying F Deion Sanders, F King Von, F Nipsey Hussle. He doesn't like. He's saying, I don't like them because of the content that they put out. He's talking about rappers now. He's talking about King Von, who was a serial killer, who was praised and worshiped amongst a lot of Black teenagers and adults in our community who love and respect him. Though he terrorized communities, he rapped about killing people, Black people, and others like him who make drill music and so forth and so on. He talks about Nipsey Hussle. He's saying, listen, you might idolize him because he said some cool things. He done some cool things for the community. At the end of the day, he was a gang member who essentially caused problems within our community, and others who are gang members do, whether you like it or not. This is his perspective. This is his perspective. And this is what he's saying. I do not support, I do not like, I do not glorify, and I don't think these are people that we should be glorifying and idolizing because of what they represent. He's talking about the degenerate side of Black culture that's being praised, worshiped, and idolized. That's what this part of the conversation is about. You know, I played that video with Lil RT earlier. Someone he's 9 years old, rapping about shooting people with Glocks and getting fellatio at 9 years old, holding a bunch of money, talking about what he's doing on the block, how he's committing homicide. Right? So what Charleston is saying is we need to denounce these things. These things need to be an abomination to our community. It shouldn't be glorified. We shouldn't be paid to be degenerate. That's ultimately what this whole thing is about. We incentivize bad behavior in our community. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what he's speaking on. So let's hear what he has to say.
Black mama, nigga.
But hold on. You just told me that you wanted to doggone have an exotic baby in another foreign country.
I don't give a damn what's in another country. Them ain't my people.
But you gonna leave them.
That ain't my people. But that ain't my people.
But hold on.
I will make a white baby and leave that white baby. That ain't my baby.
But you're saying something that you admitted that you wouldn't do.
No, but I would want to do it.
But you don't do it. That don't mean you will do it though.
But listen, no, I won't do it.
Okay, so these people are speaking about or having the ability to have freedom of speech. That don't mean that they want to do it.
Well, people like me for people dislike me for what I say. I can dislike them for what they say.
Come on.
It's no difference.
Okay, so let me ask you this though.
I'm no fan of these entertainers, period, point blank.
Okay, fine. And you can feel the way you feel. I'm not here to sit up here and try to put my hands on you, to pistol whip you or spray you. Nah, look, answer me this. With your feelings, how you feel, who's doing it the right way that you can say, okay, I fuck with him for doing that?
Nobody. Because I ain't watching them. I ain't paying attention to what no nigga doing. Niggas is watching me, worried about what I'm saying. I'm still doing what I'm doing. Niggas is hearing me say shit and caught up into what I'm saying. Nigga, I ain't watching no nigga to know what they doing. I just know I'm doing it right. And I've been consistently doing it. And that's the key, consistency. Since a lot of niggas start, but they don't keep doing. I ain't stopped. Every city I go to, whether I'm doing a comedy show or anything, nigga, I make it my business to go to the community to give money directly to poor people. I make it my business. Every city. So I hear a lot of people talking, and I'm saying, well, shit, nigga, I ain't been doing this rich. I just got rich. Nigga, I was doing this poor with no car, in the rain, feeling shame, feeling less than. Because I understand it's obedience over sacrifice. See, just a lot of people make sacrifices to help other people. I'm operating out of obedience. I do it even when I don't feel like it. I do it even when I think I hate something. Man, I hate these niggas, God, I still go do it. Because it's obedience at this point. But I'm a natural man. I don't like Deion. I don't like his son. I don't like them niggas. I don't like them rap niggas, homie. Because from my standpoint, I fight white people. I've been bucking the system. I killed the white man, homie. I've been doing things to white.
But
So
you didn't kill it.
but I led the charge.
Yes, sir.
And the newspaper described me as the smallest of the bunch, but the brains of the bunch. I put the gun in his hand. I'm the dictator.
But it still don't matter. It's a
Listen,
different.
Larry Hoover didn't kill nobody, but he's in there for all them murders because he said go do it. I'm the dictator. Nigga, if I say do it, he get done. The little bitty nigga with the big mouth. If I say do it, it get done. I've been like that since I was a little bitty boy. I'm the general. Nigga, I ain't this brazen online and ain't this brazen. I'm a general in real life, homie. If I got a problem, the whole city want to know what I'm mad about. But I ain't brought harm to my people. I ain't sold dope in the black community. I went across the railroad track because I was trained. I was trained, not taught. I was trained by the old niggas. You go across that railroad track, nigga, and do something to them. You don't do it here. I ain't shot no gun at no nigga. I ain't had no fight with no nigga and kicked him in his face. I ain't done my people bad. All my crimes have been predicated across the railroad tracks. All of them. So I'm a different kind of nigga with a different kind of spirit. So I reign supreme over certain kind of niggas that want to talk to me that's been hurting niggas all their life. All my crime been across the railroad track, and I take pride in that. See, most niggas don't know what it's like to stand over a white man and watch him die and look him in his face and watch him take all his last breath. Nigga, that's a picture in a vivid. I can't get out my mind. So every time I get mad at white folks, that picture come up. Every time I get mad at white people, nigga. So can't no nigga talk to me. Deion, the nigga better keep playing football, nigga. We've been snatching white folk purses, breaking into white people houses, beating up old white people because they won't let the purse go. Doing white girls bad in the name of doing them bad. Nah, homie, we've been vicious to white folks. And then I don't speak with this to try to boast and brag, but that's the side of me that rides when my people got a problem with what I say and overlook what I do because I'm watching what y'all do and listening what y'all say, and y'all just as hypocritical as y'all think I am.
So you couldn't find yourself.
So he said a lot right there, not condoning. I don't condone any violence at all against any group at all whatsoever. But let's bring some context to what he's saying. He's saying when he was a youngin' out here committing crimes, he would not commit crimes against his own people. And he's saying that he's so pro-black that if he was going to rob somebody or take something from somebody, he was doing it to white people only. If he was going to sell drugs, he'd take it over to their community, anybody but the black community, and sell drugs to them. What's interesting about that statement is I got into Snowfall, watching Snowfall, and just started that. And for those who don't know, Snowfall is supposed to be mirrored after the life of Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, not the fat one, the real one who really sold drugs and was selling drugs with the CIA, right? For those who know how the CIA was pumping drugs into or assisting pushing drugs through communities in this, or selling drugs in the US. But they were drug dealers who were selling the drugs directly to the communities, right? So some people like to say, well, it's the government's fault and so forth and so on. I mean, that's a conversation for another day. I'm along the lines of, we are responsible for our actions. And if someone gives you drugs and tell you to go sell it to your family members and you decide to do that and ultimately end up dying behind your actions, do you blame the drug dealer or do you blame yourself for pushing that poison to your own people, right? So everybody has a different perspective. Some people will say, well, the mentality at the time, people need the money, and what do you expect? They created conditions, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, you guys, actions, choices, actions and choices. And that's what the world revolves around, actions and choices. So, and I agree. Someone put it, criminalizing and things like I agree. But one thing that you also have to remember when things get criminalized the way they do, It's associated with the violence. And I think oftentimes when we have this conversation, we like to leave that part out about why they were so hard on drugs. It was when bodies started to drop. It was when kids started getting killed and things of that nature. It's when this whole tough on crime thing escalated. And we also have to remember that a lot of Black people stood behind that policy because it was their communities that were being ravished by other Black people, right? So we got to be fair and look at the entire context. And in reference to, the federal sentencing behind drugs at the time, it was orchestrated to go after the actual suppliers, and they end up using that to go after the middlemen and the street men. And ultimately what ended up happening was you had a lot of bottom feeder dealer or sellers. The sellers and street sellers or whatever were the ones that were getting the harsh time, and those who were actually that law was designed for, they were barely getting arrested or being caught, right? It was always the lowest man on the totem pole that were getting caught, and they're getting hit over the head with the heavy sentencing. So regardless, it was a bad policy. It didn't go over well, and it had a very, very damaging effect to the Black community. So that goes without saying, regardless. Anyways, I want to find this part. I don't know where it's at, and we're not about to go through this whole 3 hour. I want to cover this last piece because this is the part that actually went viral. And I don't know where it's at actually in the stream. So we're just gonna find it on this someone else. Oh, okay, never mind. I think I found it. Let me see. I think I found it. In the meantime, though, we played this last clip. This is actually the most. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the most important piece. I'm gonna drop the link for the moderators. For those who might have a disagreement with Charleston White, I'm gonna play this last clip. I'm gonna drop the link in here for those of you guys want to come up and have the discussion. I just want to hear your thoughts, real quick, give your points or 2-3 points. And just in case it does fill up back here, but I want to give anybody an opportunity to come up and give their thoughts. If they agree with Charleston White, those who have seen the whole 3 hour interview, or you disagree, I would like to hear your thoughts. I want to play this last segment. There's so much to really cover in this. I don't really want to go into all of it. It's very long, and we're already approaching 3 hours our damn self. And so I do want to cover this last piece, and it has a lot to do with delivery. The delivery. I hear it all the time on my end. I've had people tell me that they didn't like my delivery, but then when you have the conversation, it has nothing to do with the facts. And so I think this was such an important segment of this interview, and I think I found where it's actually at. So let me go back to it. While if the moderators can drop the link for the live stream for those who want to come up, if you bold enough to come up, if you want to come up, give your thoughts. Would love to hear what you have to say. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It looks like it is in the middle. Let me see.
So I'm gonna tell you this. You just sit up there and told me that you made $40,000.
All right, let me see. I need to find this. This is the most important part. Where was he talking about? He think he's talking about getting pistol whipped. Yeah, where was I? I was right there. Didn't even realize it.
Come on, my nigga. I'm starting to resent black people.
Okay, so let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this.
Keep doing. I ain't stopped. I ain't every city I go. I went across the railroad track, toe amputated. Yeah, I met got a app niggas, homie. Because from my standpoint, I fishing where we from, let alone drive a Rolls Royce to college. Why like that? I talk like that to get my point.
Delivery. You standing, there's no denying that you're standing.
Now here we go.
So you got hit and y'all got the.
All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. I found it. So it's the last clip I want to go over. Then I'm gonna bring people up and get their thoughts on this. Let me pull up this clip. All right. He's talking about delivery. I think this is the best part to kind of end this interview and then really dive into kind of some real. There we go. Let me X out of that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is what I want people to hear. Fair use. Again, shout out to Cam. I know he's gonna let this rock. He's a good guy.
I went to grabbing shit. We the nigga didn't touch me no more. I went to grabbing shit. Nigga, you don't hit me no more.
But did you hit him back?
Like how I'm gonna hit? I'm dazed. If the nigga hit you with a pistol sleep, how are you gonna wake up? Nigga, you dazed. He got you. I'm sleep like this here.
So this is what I'm telling you.
I wake up, nigga, and grab the closest thing I could as a weapon till I can.
All right. So we're going to be talking about delivery, you guys. Delivery. This is something that's often talked about on this channel as it relates to me speaking towards Black empowerment. They don't like, again, unfortunately, our community has an issue with how you say it. Not what you say, but how you say it. Sometimes we get more caught up in how it was said than what was said, because we examine things through our feelings before we examine things through the logic, and this is where we get a lot of pushback. So
come to, and it ended.
Here we go.
So this is what I'm saying. Deion coached football. I address killers. I say fuck King Von, Nipsey, Rolling 60, and if you kill in my community, I'm gonna say you did it, nigga. You don't get to ride around here and holler no snitching. Who did that killing? I'm the nigga come out and say they shot that baby. And you bitch ass nigga better turn y'all self in, nigga. And we ready to go to war with that. See, Deion don't do that.
Who is, when you say we? Who?
Me. And I got some niggas go to war.
Okay.
Now I got some niggas go to war, homie.
See, this is the thing, Charleston. Like, I think everything that you're saying has some truth to it. It's just the delivery. You standing, there's no denying that you're standing for and by your people.
Well, here's the thing. When you're addressing evil, you can't worry about the delivery. When you're looking at the conditions of our community, you can't worry about the evil when you got kids that kill kids and say we smoking on Tuka. See, they wasn't worried about the delivery when these kids in Chicago were talking about smoking on Tuka.
Facts.
They weren't worried about the delivery. I ain't got no manners for no slut. I'm gonna put my thumb in her butt. The delivery? I like girls kissing girls where I'm from, and that's on the radio. Girls on girls, that's promoting lesbianism to my daughter as we driving to school. This song they playing with Drake. Y'all worried about the delivery? These niggas talking about killing each other. They really, that nigga Thug said, nigga, I shot at your mama. You don't mention me no more. He really shot that nigga mama. Yep. And y'all worried about my delivery? These niggas are confessing to murders on songs. And y'all worried about my delivery? The conditions of Black sucking them, talking about booty hole. Y'all worried about my delivery? Come on, don't be hypocrites, Black people. Y'all can't listen to this music if y'all so caught up in my delivery. Don't do me like that. And the way y'all snap and pop y'all pussy to this music, the way y'all kill and drill to this music, don't trip about my delivery. Hey, yo, Easy, why you wear your pants like that? I wear my pants like that because that's easy access, baby. Easy, why you talk like that? I talk like that to get my point across. Because when I wasn't talking like that, wearing a bow tie, y'all wasn't paying me no attention. And I was going to the Supreme Court, changing laws and legislations in this country. I was working with over 50 U.S. congressional members, from Ted Cruz to Mark Rubio, Senator John Cornyn. I was on the front page of the American Bar Association Journal. I had done a study with News 21, Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. Y'all wasn't paying attention then.
Yep.
So, nigga, I gave y'all what y'all want. A ignorant motherfucking nigga that talk like them rappers. Now y'all listening. Now y'all paying attention, huh? I got y'all attention. Checkmate. Now let me tell y'all what y'all need to hear. We fucked up as a race of people since y'all so caught up into my delivery. 5% of children now are catching HIV from ages 13 to 21. What y'all worried about? 85% of the new chlamydia, all the new cases are teenagers. What y'all so caught up about? Nigga, only 35% of most kids in inner cities can read on or above their grade level. What the fuck are y'all talking about? And these kids can't read.
Talk to him.
Come on, my nigga. So if we gonna be real, let's be real. I'm not bashing the black woman in her BBLs. I'm not bashing the black woman because she wearing eyelashes. I'm not fucking with the sister because she got too many baby daddy. I'm addressing men. Boys and men, from Deion Sanders and his son to black people following a cult-like man, but won't support local. How can black people give all this energy to one man and all these other black coaches from high school to college? Why is it just this one man? And we abandon hashtag HBCUs, just like we abandoned no justice, no peace for George Floyd. Are we still mad about George Floyd? Are we?
Whew. Let me pause that for a second. And just really just take all that wisdom in. Hate them, like them, love them. However you feel about Charleston White, maybe some things he said in the past you didn't agree with. I don't agree with 100% anything that people say. At the end of the day, when a person is speaking truth, it's okay for us to acknowledge the truth they're speaking. I don't like what he said last week, but right now and today, what he's saying is absolutely correct. The cognitive dissonance within our community is spellbinding, you guys. It's out of this world. It's out of control. What he said was absolutely correct. We see the lyrics. We see the actions. We hear what they say. We see what they do. We're trying to pretend like it's not a real thing. It is a real thing. Right now, we have YSL, Young Thug, and his crew are on trial for using rap lyrics to talk about real events that took place, real murders, real crimes, real acts of violence against other people that they sing about, they rap about. They call it drill music. It's now become a musical, become part of the musical and hip hop culture among certain artists to actually rap about crimes that they committed. They call out the names. They call out how the action was taking place. They talk about where the evidence was, where the body was dropped. This is the new trend. And we get so caught up on how someone said something. Oh, I don't like the way he said it. You know, we hear this often with like a Candace Owens. She's a coon. She's a sellout because of the way she said it. I don't like the way she's talking at black people. She's not speaking to us. She's speaking at us. Is what she's saying the truth or not? Is what Charleston White saying the truth or is it not? We don't have to agree with everything everybody says. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, why is it that when someone is saying something that is true, something that we don't like, something that makes us uncomfortable, we then try to deflect by calling them names, right? That this is something that we do in our community that's actually very counterproductive, that we rather insult each other when we don't want to have a real conversation about the issues that are impacting our culture, things that are impacting us politically, right? You can't even be, if you wanted to be black and be a conservative, if you wanted to be black, if you're black and want to be a Republican, you are automatically called a sellout. You're said you're working for racist people, that you are selling out your people because you have another political, you want to be a part of another political party, right? We saw what happened to Ice Cube, the man, the myth, the current legend who made a song about fuck the police, one that people idolize and worship throughout hip hop for centuries, right? I mean, throughout this entire time, he's a living legend. He decided he wanted to do something for black people, and he entertained the idea of having a conversation with Donald Trump. And you know who drug him through the mud? Black people did. Black people did. Steve Harvey had a conversation with Donald Trump at the Trump Towers. Black people drug him through the mud. You guys, it's painful. It's painful to see. And again, and I'm not saying that they're 100% right on their views and on their perspectives. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we will destroy our own because we have a difference of opinion. We will ostracize our own. We will alienate our own. We will abandon our own because we have a difference of opinion. Though we might all want the same thing, we might want to go there differently. We might want to take a different route. But because it's not what the hive group wants or believes to be the right way, you are cursed, you are cussed out, you are thrown out, your black card is removed, however that works. You're considered not black if you don't do what other black people are doing. If you don't like the music other black people like, you're considered not black. Right? Night B said that's not how it works. That's exactly how it works. I'm not mixing half truths. You're more than happy to come up and tell me how I'm mixing half truths. I've been black all my life. I'm telling you. Are you on now? You got a cam up. Is that you? You Night Honor? You got a cam up. You got a cam up. Yeah, if you guys want to come up, you got to cam up. So what Charleston White is saying is, how you mad at my delivery when the culture, the music, the movies, right? There's so much that needs to be addressed, and you worrying about me criticizing these things. And these guys, I mean, I just played a music video for you guys. A 9-year-old and his lyrics. That's where our outrage needs to be at. Why is that video still up? Why is he getting support? Why is there 3 million views? That's where the outrage needs to be at. That's where the outrage, when someone put out a song talking about put this dangly thing in the back of my, no, that right there, you got little girls singing that song. Why? Why are we praising that? These men making songs about sexually assaulting black women, drugging women, treating women like they're prostitutes, right? We have people making songs about going through neighborhoods, spinning the block, shooting up people's mothers, shooting up people's homes. Make it make sense. And if you decide you want to call it out, it's a problem, right? You're looked at as the coon. You're looked at as a sellout. I'm gonna finish up this, and I'm gonna pull up the guest.
We still mad about police shooting. Is that why we not kneeling no more? Or we still boycotting the NFL? What happened to all these things? What happened? Nigga, because I'm still stuck on Tamir Rice while y'all stuck on my delivery. I'm still mad why ain't now motherfucker tore up the country behind Tamir Rice. Baby Tamir Rice at that. Since we so in tune. See, I know a kid by the name of Dacian Steptoe who killed a high-ranking police officer by the name of Officer Garrett Hull. They called him Rambo. After he killed Officer Garrett Hull, rather than them taking Dacian Steptoe to jail, they executed him on the spot. Broke his arm in two. So I'm saying to myself, man, why these people so caught up on my delivery when all these police shoot? Nigga, ain't nobody died for nothing yet. See, nigga, I done put my life on the line to die for a family who the police was threatening. I ain't see now nigga on the front line. So when I see celebrity niggas from football players to basketball players to rapping nigga, I say, man, them niggas can't talk to me, homie, the kind of work I done put in. Them niggas ain't got no business saying a motherfucking thing to me. Nigga, I really been feeding the community. Nigga, if you go to my city, nigga, if I talk to mayor, listen, these niggas just be talking. So now, nigga, I really get offended. That's why I say, fuck Deion. That nigga lived in Dallas, Fort Worth for over 20 years. That nigga ain't known for doing nothing in the community, my nigga. Nothing. Fuck his son has been favored to get to drive a Rolls Royce, nigga, when half the kids can't even pay college tuition where we from, let alone drive a Rolls Royce and not pay parking fee. Robbing, my nigga, that's what we doing anyway to our rich cousins. If we go be real, the poor black and the rich black don't get along, so let's play like we don't. If the rich Deion come down there, he go get robbed and hit upside his head too. Them niggas will rob their mamas down there.
Fact.
Let's just be real, homie. But I ain't left them people. I still go back to get my haircut with them. I still pass out turkeys. I still give them Christmas toys. When they call to get their kids out of trouble, I'm still there. I ain't left them yet with my stardom. Deion left. I ain't showed up in a bunch of kids' life and promised them that we go grow together. And my first chance I got, nigga, I left them and took the money. You know what I just did? I just left this whole group of kids right here with some more abandonment issues because they were seeing me as a father figure. Y'all just see him as a coach. They were seeing a daddy, a father, just the presence of that man. Just the presence of that man in them boys' life, homie. And you take that from them? You take that from them? You take the limelight from them. You take all that from them. You strip them from that. And now they back in the dark. They back in the dark. Shh, come on, my nigga. I'm starting to resent black people.
Don't do that.
Nigga, next year I'm gonna be hollering fuck black people. Cause they the most hypocritical, fakest motherfucking people in the world. Cause if any motherfucker mad about what I'm saying and can like Lil Durk, can listen to King, nigga Nipsey Hussle say, I'm gonna turn all these bitches into lesbian. I started not liking that nigga when I heard him say that. Nigga, you'll turn all the hoes into lesbian? He said, I'm gonna turn all these bitches into lesbian. Nigga, not my black queens. Maybe you ain't got no black mama. I got a black mama, nigga.
Woo. Let me bring up one of the guests. Before I bring up one of the guests to have the conversation, you guys, again, these are sensitive topics, right? Not taking them lightly. I see you, Night of Honor. I see you, Jerome. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring up Night of Honor first. He jumped on first, and Jerome bring you up next. Let me hit these super chats real quick before we dive into it. Jerome, hit us with that. Shout out to it, brother. Said federal facts. You know, we covered a lot of information, you guys, and I'm gonna give him a chance to come up to share his piece. We're gonna speak on this because there's a lot to cover. Shout out to Shay B. Thank you so much. Happy to catch a live, Nathan. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. I'll try to give y'all little videos here and there. Live streams just take so much out of a brother. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I'm gonna bring up Night of Honor up, give his thoughts. I want to get his thoughts on this topic, and then see if he has some pushback, some disagreement as well. Let me drop this, bring this. What's good, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Nice to be on your platform, man.
Nah, man, I'm glad you're here, man. I appreciate taking the time to come up. What are your thoughts on this situation, just the interview in general? Have you had a chance to see the whole 3 hours?
I haven't seen the whole interview. I saw clips. I saw what you presented here as well. I want my take on it, and forgive me, I have a cold, so I might not sound the best right now. But I agree and I disagree with a lot of stuff you said. So in my opinion, I believe you're mixing a lot of half truths. Yes. I will say that Black people have a tendency, when you're not doing something that's considered stereotypical, they label you as acting non-Black. You know, they do that. Yes, they do that. That's something that goes back to slavery times. But as well, when it comes to how we identify coons and Sambos, I don't like to use the term Uncle Tom because I'm from DC. So here in DC, the real life Uncle Tom, he's from Rockville, Maryland, right outside of Washington, DC. He was a good man. But the Sambos in our community, we do label people, and we use templates like, oh yeah, you're a conservative black guy, so you must be a coon. Okay, yeah, it doesn't work all the time. It doesn't work all the time. It's not, nothing's 100%, but at the same time, it's something that we have used as it has some level of consistency that it's been accurate for identifying coons. Because not all coons are going to be conservative. There's a lot of liberal coons as well. But also, when you mentioned something about the war on drugs, when the war on drugs,
wait,
drugs.
Wait 1 second, 1 second. Let's do one thing at a time.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said that. My thing is that in our community, we mislabel. One, we use name calling as a form of deflection. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't fully agree with that, because deflection on what? That's not always 100% the case.
So
like, give me some example.
Okay, well, I'm not saying it's 100% the case. I'm saying that when you are having a conversation a lot of times with another black person, and you're having a discussion about, or you're criticizing things that we might do, you'll have one person that, instead of addressing the criticism or the issue, if they don't agree with it, we then lead to name calling each other, right? And I'm saying that is a form of deflection. You don't agree? So let me give, okay, let me give you a perfect example.
Yeah.
There's a thing that women do when they think a guy, right? We see this a lot with sisters, right?
Yeah.
They'll call a black man gay if he does something that they don't like or they don't agree with. Do you agree that women do that?
Okay, no, is that a black thing or is that a gender thing?
No, I'm just giving that as an example. I'm just saying, have you seen women do that?
Yeah, they will do that. Yes, they will do that. But is that a black thing?
I'm not saying it's a black thing. I'm saying, have you seen or experienced women do that? Yeah. And it's not true. Okay, so let me give you another example. Have you seen someone call another person a racist because they don't agree with something that they say, when in fact they're not a racist, but they use that language to actually deflect from the conversation?
Okay, so how do you identify a racist?
That's a good question. How does anybody identify a person that's racist?
I'm asking you. How do you identify a racist?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's very difficult, right? Like, you can't call a person racist.
Okay, but how do you identify a racist?
Based on their admitting of being a racist person, two, their actual confessions of being a racist based on their views and ideology of black people or anybody that's not their ethnicity. So it has to be in a direct admission.
So if I walk up to David Duke and ask him, "Hey, David Duke, are you a racist?" He gonna tell me, "Hey, yeah, I'm a racist."
Well, my thing is, how else do you identify what? Okay, first let's start with this. Define what a racist is.
Well, I don't use the term racist. I use the term suspected white supremacists and white supremacists.
Okay.
Are you a white supremacist? Are you suspected of being a white supremacist?
How do you define that though, right? But because if a person doesn't, because essentially what you said doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is, how do you determine who a white supremacist is?
And how do you determine who is not a white supremacist? If you know the answer to that, explain it, educate us. How do we identify who's not a white supremacist? Because I told you, if I walk up to David Duke, I can be the Black Klansman. He would never know. He'd be like the coolest dude in the world. But hey, behind closed doors, he could be the biggest racist in the world. He could be the next Hitler for all I care. But how? Okay, so how do I identify a racist?
Correct. That's the whole point. So when you call somebody a racist,
you said they have to tell you that they're racist. And I tell you, most racists are not going to tell you they're racist.
Of course they're not. Of course they're not. Just like a person. Of course they're not. So you're not gonna know unless a person actually tells you. Which is why, for example, if you have two people, a white person, a black person, and a white person harms a black person, and they say, well, that's racially motivated. You have to prove that it's racially motivated. Just because they're a different ethnicity or different ethnic group, doesn't automatically make it racist. You have to be able to have facts and evidence to support that. So when people,
really?
Yes, yeah.
So if a black person harms an Asian person, I have to prove that I did it for racial intent for me to get a hate crime. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Come on, man. Come on, man. You've been dishonest, man. Now you've been dishonest.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Come on
That's
now.
how the law works. So you're saying.
Come
you're
on
saying
now,
that,
man.
No. But are you telling me that you don't need evidence to prove a racial crime?
No. When you've seen all these people who got accused of racial crimes against Asian people who are black people, you don't need no evidence that I did this because they was Asian. You don't need none of that. You've seen that. Come on, man. You've seen that.
I haven't seen it. You'd have to give me an example. You'd have to give me an example.
Man, all those cases that was going on in New York, man, you've seen that. Come on now. I know you're an intelligent person and watch the media. You've seen that.
Give me one case. Give me one case.
Those cases where they had those people getting hit up, getting robbed and stuff up there, and those Chinese people, Asian people who was getting robbed up there by black people in New York. Remember that when that happened a few years ago? They labeling people hate crimes. Stop Asian hate. Remember that? Stop Asian hate. So you got a criminal guy who happened to be black robbing, because the same guy was going to rob a black person, but he robs an Asian person who happened to be there. They said that was a hate crime.
You could say
stop Asian hate. You forget that?
Yeah. You could say it's a hate crime all you want, but you still got to prove it. Is what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you about them saying it's a hate crime. I'm saying that you still have to provide evidence to suggest that it's so not to get too far off of that, right? Back to this part about about being labeled, right? What I'm saying is how, unfortunately, in our community, what I've witnessed, and I'm just asking if you've witnessed this, where instead of having a conversation, we name call instead of actually talking about the facts of the conversation. If you don't like what I'm saying or you don't agree with it, you call me a name. Have you not experienced that within the?
I've had countless discussions with people, especially where we have different views on things. Because people would probably see me as more conservative of anything, but I have views, discussions with people who are other black people, other races of people. I've never had somebody call me a name call me any of that crap. Usually when we see that,
yeah, you never been called a name
usually
before?
when we see that, no, because what am I being called a name for? I'm just bringing the facts.
I agree.
When I'm having a discussion with people, I'm just bringing the facts.
So no one has. Listen, brother, I commend you because I don't see that often at all on this side of the fence.
Yeah, because you'll see it. Notice when you do see that, it's usually in the support of those who are in the dominant society. Like when they did condemn Ice Cube for not supporting Biden. Remember, Ice Cube went to both parties. In fact, he went to both parties. But
yes, he
by
did.
not supporting Biden, the mainstream dominant society put all their little puppet minions out there to attack Ice Cube in the mainstream media, which we have no control over as black people.
Wait. Okay, pause.
It's all dominated by white people.
Okay, pause real quick. So when I think it's a perfect example, when Ice Cube, he went to both sides, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then black people were calling him a what for doing that, reaching out to Trump. What'd they call him?
Yeah, what they call him?
They called him a
Fox
sellout.
Soul, like the people on Fox Soul, remember? Yeah, they call him a sellout. Like, where did that narrative come from? That narrative came from people from the top, like in the mainstream media when he went on Fox Soul. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he went on Fox Soul? Who run those people?
Yeah.
Bunch of Negro minions working for the massa.
But nonetheless, regardless of who you think they work for, were they not black people making those comments?
That don't matter. You've always had people who work for the dominant society in the detriment of black people. Look at Jackie Robinson. Jackie Robinson was the same way.
All right, listen. What I'm saying is, I think you're missing the point. If you go to that video, you go to those videos and you look in the comments, you have black people in the comments who are also calling him a sellout.
Okay, so you got some black people calling a sellout. Ice Cube been doing that for the longest time. He called out the Clintons a long time ago. He still has a major following and support from black people. The majority of black people still support the guy. They still support him. Prove me otherwise.
All right. So I think you made your point though, that you have never experienced it where you've had a conversation about issues, sensitive issues, and a black person has not used any deflections by insulting or what, you know, people would call like sign language. They never shamed or insulted you or made you guilt you into your position or feeling the way you felt about a particular topic. So you haven't experienced that. That's cool.
Not no history in politics.
Okay. All right. Well,
I've only seen that. Matter of fact, the only times I've ever seen that was when we have these dialogues back and forth between black men and black women. And that's more of a gender thing of anything.
Okay. All right. All right. So what's your next point? And I know I cut you off on that because I wanted to touch on that. You had another particular issue.
Yeah, you mentioned about the crime and all that stuff, how we promoted the war on drugs, and we had people who supported. Back then, social media did not exist. So for the narrative to be presented from black people who supported that stuff, for that narrative to be presented, they had to go through mainstream media, which was controlled by white people. So again, the majority of black people had no voice in that matter for mass incarceration for that, because the thing is that white people were doing more of those illegal drugs. They were doing more violence. They didn't get the magnifying glass put on them like they did black people, because they used that to justify mass incarceration of black people. That's why the drugs were introduced in there in the first place. If you're the mastermind behind that, why the hell would I point the finger at white people? They don't even do that right now with AIDS. They made AIDS a black thing. They don't even point the finger at white people with AIDS.
Yeah, you know,
if I'm the mastermind behind that, why would I do that?
Yeah, I talk about that often on here, the power of media and how media purposely doesn't air out the laundry of white people. They air out the laundry of black people all the time. And so it misrepresents the actual situations that are actually taking place in this country. So I agree with you on that. What I was talking about was that if you have drugs, you need people to sell those drugs. The people who were selling the drugs were black, and the black people were selling drugs to black people.
No,
that's not what happened.
No, white people were selling them drugs too. Remember, the majority of drug dealers were white people.
We're not talking
We're
about
the same economic crime, same period of time. The majority of those drug dealers were white people.
So you're telling me that the drug dealers
outside of the black community, most of them youngest were white. Yes, they were white.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the drug dealers in black communities.
But again, that's where you're getting the microscope again. You're putting the microscope right there on black people, and it paints the picture as it's all black people. But when you zoom in, you're only seeing black people.
But the conversation is about black people, though.
But we're not talking about. We all didn't support that. And just that degenerate culture stuff. Again, white people had the same stuff.
But here's the
criticism. White people don't get the same criticism like we do.
We're not white. We're not here to criticize what white people do in their communities. We're talking about the issues in the black community. So why are we bringing up what white people do in their white community?
Do we not preach as black people? Do we not preach about fairness? Isn't that what the whole feminist thing was about? Hey, all women and men got to be treated fairly. We the main ones preaching about fairness, and now we're gonna have little parts here and there where we're only gonna focus on black people when it comes to that. We're not gonna be equal across the board with the criticism.
No. I think you missed the point.
That's what leads to mass incarceration of black people.
No. We're not talking about fairness. That's not the conversation. Is not about fairness. The conversation is about action.
Because you're treating me differently. If you're focusing on me as a black person instead of focusing on everybody, which includes the white people, then that's not fairness.
But we're not talking about fairness because nothing about it is fair.
You are talking about fairness. You are talking about fairness.
I'm telling you what we're talking about, and you're telling me that we're not talking about that. I think you're missing the conversation.
You're not going to. The same mainstream media did not give that same attention to the white people, and they painted it as a black issue. That's why you had the people who justified mass incarceration of black people.
Wait 1 second. All right, let's do one thing at a time. First, start with the media. Okay, let me write that down. Media. We agree on that. Okay, I agree with you, brother. Okay, I agree with you. Now we're moving to the next point. I'm not in disagreement. You're absolutely correct. The media and what they did is, and what they continue to do is wrong, right? That's a fact. We're moving on from that now. And now we're talking about actions. that individuals played
Okay.
in neighborhoods
Okay.
that are black, right?
Okay.
What you're speaking
Yeah.
on is white people did it too. Brother, I agree. They
Yeah.
did a lot of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They sure did.
They did a lot.
They did a
Okay.
whole lot. They did a whole, bro. Hey, listen, I agree with you. They did
Okay.
a whole lot, right? Right?
Yeah.
And guess what?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they got away with
Yeah.
a whole lot, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree? They got away with a whole lot?
Yeah, I agree.
White
We
people
agree.
did. Okay, I agree with that
agree.
too. All right, let's check that
Yeah.
off the box. All right, we checking that off the box. White people did a lot
Yeah,
in their
go ahead.
neighborhood. They sold drugs, they
Uh-huh.
sold cocaine. Listen, they were all on
Yeah.
that stuff. Okay, they got away with it. Check.
Okay.
All right, now we're
Okay.
on number 3. Now we're talking about black people and black people's community and black people's neighborhood. All right, that's where we are
And the
right now.
solutions, right?
All right,
And the actions
that's
and
what-
solutions, right?
and we're talking about actions and we're talking about solutions. Now we're on black.
Okay.
We done did okay. We got media out the way. We got white folks out the way. Now it's time to talk about us. Now, okay, this is where we at. Now, my concern was that this. I don't know if you had a parent tell you this, but when I was younger, my mom told me this. If your friends jumped off the bridge, would you jump off the bridge with them? Have you ever heard something similar like that? Like don't follow after other people, right? All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I was raised, I was told to be an individual and to be mindful of my actions because my actions have consequences. Do not follow after other people who are doing wrong, right? So these are the type of teachings that I was taught. So when I look at these things and people say drugs were brought into the community through the assistance of the government during that time, right? The government
Yeah.
played a role in bringing drugs into this country because they wanted us to sell it so they can make money. Essentially, that's what it was, right? Ultimately,
Gotcha.
it ended up
Yeah.
destroying our communities, right? It did that.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah.
able to execute that strategy through the hands of other black people who lived in that community. Those are the people
Okay.
I have an issue with. You get what I'm saying? That's where I was going
Yeah.
with that. I wasn't saying that to diminish responsibility off of the government, off the media, or other players in the game. Okay. I'm just saying that at that time, they found people who look like us to single-handedly support in the destruction of our own community in exchange for money. That was the
same
point
thing
I was making.
that white people did in the white communities, right?
Yes,
The same
yes,
thing
brother.
white
Yes.
drug dealers did in the white communities. So,
Yes,
so tell me,
brother.
what was
Yes.
since we been so failure at the solution part? What did the white people do as the solution to fix that problem?
You tell me.
I'm asking you. You're the man. You're the man with the story here. What did the white people do?
I don't know
Apparently
because I don't
nothing.
know
Because didn't
I don't know.
they have this mass opioid crisis? So apparently
still
they
got
didn't
it.
do enough.
No, no, no.
Exactly.
You know what?
So apparently they
you know
didn't
the
do
pro-
enough. So
No,
so
no, no, no.
so
You know-
so now we supposed to come
problem-
up with the solutions with even less resources.
The problem is who's responsible for fixing black issues?
Again, that falls on the hand that did the damage in the first place.
So who's responsible? I need names. Who's responsible for fixing black issues?
I just told
today?
you.
Okay.
The hands that did the damage in the first place. If I am doing work on your house and I blow up your house, who's going to be responsible?
So let me ask you this. How do you get, so you're saying, and this is what I said earlier, and I think your response is okay. This is what I said earlier. The black community is divided by two groups. The group that believes white people are responsible for fixing the problem, and the group that believes black people are responsible for fixing the problem. You're saying that white people are responsible for fixing the problem, correct?
Yeah.
How are you?
Just like the
do
same
you,
way.
Let me ask you
Just the
this.
same way they fixed the problem with Jews, the same way they fixed the problem with the Italians, same way they fixed the problem with the Irish, the Japanese, the Chinese, all the mother groups got helped by white people.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you
That's
this.
a fact or not?
Let me ask you this. Do you honestly believe white people are going to come and fix black people's problems?
Oh Lord, here we go with that. Come on, man. Come on now. It's going to be. It's going to. People said the same thing. People said the same thing about civil rights movement. They said the same thing about housing. So again, it's anything is possible. People said the same shit back then. Come on now.
They
They said the same thing.
I'm asking you.
Yes, they said the same thing back then.
So then let me ask you this.
If black people stop this blatantly supporting one party or another, just like Ice Cube was trying to push for, we can probably leverage more resources and more demand for our quest.
Okay.
That's the thing. I do agree with that. That's why I say I support Ice Cube 100%, like I know a lot of people do.
All right. So you believe that one, they'll do it, and you believe the answer is to get people to do it. Okay. All right. Lastly, what do you disagree? What else? Is there anything else that you disagree with? And I'm gonna bring up someone else. I got other people in the back. You can go ahead and do your thing. I'm gonna go back into the background and continue watching your show. All right. But I appreciate it, though. Thank you. If you still up, I'll bring you back up, brother. I appreciate your perspective, though. I do appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Have a good night. All right. Interesting thoughts. All right, Carter. Give me 1 second, Carter. Give me 1 second. Malik, I'm gonna bring you up. Malik. You ready? Let me get your thoughts on this topic. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing fine, brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to have you on the channel, man. You're a new face. I think you might have YouTube in the background. You might have to mute the YouTube video.
What about now?
Let me see. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Perfect. I can hear you good.
Okay,
man. Welcome to the channel, man. I thank you for joining us tonight. What are your thoughts on, or let me ask you this: anything that the conversation tonight that you disagree with?
Well, let's see now. I was watching for a moment, and as far as disagreement, I do believe that even though they may be responsible because of what they did for hundreds of years,
correct,
but it's up to us,
correct,
to do for ourselves, to bring us out of our condition, because we can't wait for an enemy, someone who has made up their mind that they're not going to do anything. So when you have a case like that, you are up against the wall and you got to come out fighting like a lion for your own security, for your future, for your people.
Yes.
You got to build, you got to make changes. We have to make sure that we don't wait on somebody else who has done something and continue doing things and will not stop with their hearts continually to do evil to their former slave. So we have to realize we have to unite. We have to plan. We have to get together. We have to look at our resources. We have to be as one, because we're like on an individual island as Black people in America after slavery. We're so divided that it's unbelievable. You look at everybody else who's on the planet. You don't look at them and say, wow, they're so divided. But when we look at us, of course we're divided, because we were divided, but we're not going to let that keep us down, keep us back. If they don't want to do nothing for us, fine. We'll do it for ourselves. But it's going to have to take the understanding that we are one people.
Right.
And that we cannot look for others to do for us when we can do for ourselves. But how do you unite a people who is so divided and they don't know they're divided? They don't know the power of unity. They don't know the blessings that they have by just coming together and talking, putting resources together, coming up with the master plan. We don't think like that, see. I understand we want reparations for slavery and everything else that they have done to us in this country. But if we wait on that reparation, we might as well not hold our breath.
Right.
Because they're not going to give it.
Correct.
See?
And let me ask you this. I think you bring up a good point, because at the end of the day, I think reparations is definitely owed. But in the meantime, there's still work that needs to be done that can be done right now. There's a lot of work that needs to be done that reparations can't fix. And
That's
while
right.
we're sitting around waiting for, you know, the government to step in and do something they should have done a long time ago, there's a psychological work that needs to be done. There's therapy that needs to be done. There's an understanding of how to unify, understand education, you know, economics, group economics. There's so much there you go, group economics. There's so much that needs to be addressed. So that when we do get, if we do, which I don't think we'll get, but if we get reparations, we can hit the ground running properly. Right.
Yes.
And so what are your thoughts on delivery? This is something that comes up a lot, especially on my channel. And I'm debating with people. Like the gentleman, he was great. He came up, he gave his perspective. And again, I said, you know, we're divided by, though, like you said, I think you hit it the head on the nail, is that at the end of the day, we know that white people, they created this problem. We know that.
Yes.
And we know that systemic racism is how we got here. It is not the reason why we are still here. And I think some people have a hard time digesting that. And I think that when we fixate so much on the past, we're constantly looking behind us, then we're unable to see the obstacles in front of us as we approach them. And we're constantly tripping over them consistently because we're always looking behind us. And I think that's one of our biggest downfalls as we see it today. One of the biggest issues I have on this channel, or when I'm talking about empowering Black people, is that people have an issue with my delivery, right? They have an issue with how it sounds. What are your thoughts on that real quick? I'm just curious. We get caught up in that emotional side of conversations instead of focusing on actually what's being said.
The problem is why people get caught up on how a message is being delivered is because they're too emotional and not focused, and then they're ignorant of what's really the discussion is about. Right? Because see, if you don't understand what's being talked about, what's really going on the planet, dealing with the topic you're talking about, then they're going to look at your passion, your excitability as being hostile.
Right.
Being cruel.
Right.
But they're just too emotional. They don't understand what they're listening to, what they're dealing with. So if somebody talk about Black people and white people and say, well, they're responsible, but if the person talking is so passionate and they're really excited and live, and they may even say a few words of profanity because they're so excited and passionate about it, it doesn't mean that they are a racist or a hater or want to go out and destroy people. It just means that they understand what they're saying.
Right.
What they're talking about, what they are addressing to others. See? But they have passion around it. Look at Farrakhan. When you look at Farrakhan and a lot of his tapes, he's telling the absolute truth, but he gives so much passion behind it that they can say he's a hater, he's a racist, he's an anti-Semite, all because of the passion that he's put into what he's saying.
So let me ask you this. I think this is a good point too, because this is the conversation me and the other gentleman had. I'm gonna ask this, and we'll get your thoughts on them. I'm gonna bring up the next guest. I brought up how when we have conversations with our people and someone is in disagreement and you don't like what's being said, have you witnessed times where people will name call you, or they'll call you insults like a coon or a sellout or Uncle Tom because they don't agree with your perspective on a particular issue as it relates to Black people? Have you experienced that?
Yes, and the reason I have experienced that is because a lot of people on the earth are not living on a plane of supreme wisdom in the head. See, See, it's like a child on a playground. You do something simple and they say, oh, you this, you that, you this. It sounds like a child on a playground, but not a serious,
Right.
intelligent, sophisticated, supreme adult.
Right.
Why should you resort to name calling when you can have a more advanced and more mature vocabulary?
Yes. Yes.
And have a more advanced understanding about how to deal with words.
Absolutely.
And you shouldn't let words drive you to something that is not good for the moment while you're speaking to someone. So is that lack of a supreme intelligence, a lack of supreme understanding, a lack of supreme wisdom. See, is that adult supreme human being that's missing in the human being. They're absent. We should be more intelligent, but you look at even the rulers of this world who run the planet. They are like little silly children.
Yes.
You see, they want everything. Like children, this is mine. This is mine. This is mine. That's not yours. This is mine. Give it to me. They don't want nobody else to have freedom, power, money, but themselves. They don't want no one to have a jurisdiction over anything. They don't want no one to have control. They're like a little silly child, on a playground. This is the sophisticated doctors and lawyers and masons and Shriners.
They're not ready for that.
Silly little children.
You're absolutely right, and they're not ready for that type of talk now. That's high level talk. And to your point, though, the problem is at the root of all that is ego. Ego.
That's right.
All of that. And listen, brother, I appreciate your wisdom tonight, and I really thank you for coming up and sharing your thoughts on this. Definitely needed that perspective. And anytime I'm on live, man, definitely come up and give your thoughts. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna call up the next guest for tonight.
And I appreciate you, brother. I thank you so much, and I love your show. Continue what you're doing, and I will talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you. All right. Jerome, bring you up. Let me get these super chats real quick. Shout out to Upward, man. He says he makes a good points. Do you think that Deion was robbed at J-State because these kids saw something in and that we don't necessarily pay attention to? I don't know. That's a good question. But what I do know is there are kids out here who don't care about your celebrity status. They see what you got and what they don't have, and they take it. It's the haves versus the have-nots in our community. And that's the reason why a lot of these rappers, they go back and they end up getting killed. They go back, they get robbed. Chains are getting snatched all the time by wealthy people or wealthy artists that go back to the hood. So they don't care about that. These kids want what you got. They'll take it. Right? Who was it? In Atlanta when they were filming Avengers. What's his name? Thanos. He got his car snatched down here in Atlanta, playing around. Who else got their car snatched? Who was it? It was another guy. I can't remember. I'm bringing my boy Jerome though. He got all the wisdom. Y'all about to we're about to have a good time tonight. We're about to close this thing out nice. So to your point, they're all they. I don't know. I think that's a good question. But the thing about Charleston White, his ears are to the streets. He's closely, with a lot of those kids. So he probably hearing stuff that we're not privy to, and he's probably speaking truth, right? Shout out to you. MC Recovery, thank you for the super chat. Says, family, we can't press other races to burn and shortcoming upon ourselves until we clean our house. Our house, I have 25 years, 12 steps recovered. Man, shout out to you. What is he talking about? Accountability. You guys, we're responsible for ourselves. Just like the brother who just came on, And and the gentleman earlier he's saying, listen, white people need to fix it. I mean, wishful thinking. All right, wishful thinking, but they're not going to do it. All right, they're not going to do it. They just sent damn near $300 billion overseas. They're not finna. Come on now, they're not finna do it. All right, we got to be the navigators of our own destiny. Shout out to Kimberly Lewis, says, keep up the good work, Nathan. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I am grateful. So my boy Jerome, he's chilling. I'm about to bring him up. Man, talk to us, man. Talk to us.
Dude, Jesus Christ. I don't know what to do. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, player.
I'm glad you mentioned Thanos because that's one of my favorite super villains, and he has his famous quote is you couldn't live with your failure.
There you go.
And what did that bring you? Back to me.
There you go.
So people who don't know me, I am Jerome A. Carter. Me and Nathan, we used to work with each other back in DeKalb County. I have my channel called Dizruptive Mndz. It's on Facebook. It's on Instagram, and I have it on YouTube. So I worked law enforcement with Nathan for what, 12 years? Yeah, 12 years. Now I'm gonna address there's some issues. We're gonna go quick though, Nate. So hold on, let me hit my light because we about to gotta hit my police light. Yeah, we about to go to Channel 6. Nick. We about to go to Channel 6. We about to go to Channel 6. 441 Echo, 441 evening to 431. You going 5906?
10-4.
All right. Let's start off with RB. Let's start off with RBMs. You know what? RBMs are raised by males. I came up with that. If y'all hear it again, I said it. Bring the heat to my channel if you got a problem with it, which you won't. I got over about now 20,000 hours of self-directed mental health studies for men. And I've been doing this for over 11 years. So when it comes to men and mental health, there's very few people who can outbeat me who don't have a PhD or higher. All right, so let's start there. So RBM stands for Raised by Moms. A lot of us are raised by moms. So let's not go with this whole BS, okay? And that's a big problem. It's a big problem. I can almost guarantee those kids that did the shooting in Atlanta and everything else, and all these other kids running around, raised by moms. Now you can be like, where the dads at? Don't matter where the dad's at. They're raised by mom.
Facts.
Now, if you want to address the moms, cool, address the moms. But they were raised by moms. They have a bad product. Okay, fathers raise better kids than moms do. You want to debate me? Go talk to the CDC. You can't debate me on this. These are stats. You're not going to fight me on this. I'm not that guy. See, Nate is a whole other dude different than me. You can't come at me the way you come at him. He's nicer than me. Good cop, bad cop. Remember that shit. Good cop, bad cop. All right? You want to come at me with some whole, well, that's not true. I was raised by my mom. Don't give a hell. I can prove it. CDC said it. What you want? You want to argue with the CDC? You want to argue with stats, but then use stats to make men look bad. Can't do both.
All
right. So that means they're HEMs. What is HEM? Highly emotional men. I always know when I'm talking to a RBM, which is raised by mom, because they're highly emotional men. Highly emotional men tend to do things that are highly emotional. Why? Because women are emotional and they don't know how to handle male situations because they have a feminine mindset. Let's say that again. They don't know how to handle male situations because they have a feminine mindset. So when you have a male situation where a dude's like, nigga, fuck you, they don't know how to handle that because they're going to get emotional. I'm 6'2", 300 pounds. I walk 5 miles every other day. I'm up to 8,000 push-ups now. So with that being said, I know how to walk away because I'm a man. So you can call me big ass nigga, you ain't nothing, blah, 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 blah. 12 years of police, and my family has said worse things than me than anybody on the street has ever said. I know how to walk away, but when you're emotional, you don't know how. You got something to say, Nate? I ain't trying to take over. I know you're on Channel 6.
Do your thing. No, you do your thing. I mean, you're absolutely correct. I think where one of the biggest issues, I mean, even as early, and we both have experience of arresting juveniles. And when I say it on this channel, so I like when other officers come up and they actually speak on this too. Every home that we went through, how many of those homes that you remember where there was an actual father present that was actually raising and participating in raising those houses with those kids?
Not many. Not many. Even if there was a dad there, and this is where we get the whole, well, my dad was there, but you can also be an RBM dad, which means you're going to follow the mom anyway. So it's the same as not him being there anyway. My dad was there, but your dad was an RBM.
Right.
So he's still going to function as a what? Listen to what did your mom say? How many times do you hear that on TV? What did your mom say?
Yeah.
I've been to those calls. When you mentioned that 911 call where the kid didn't want to go to school, I've been to that one of them calls. I said, dude, if you don't get the fuck up and get out of here, I promise you there's going to be some bad shit happen. I told mom and dad to go upstairs because, Right.
And I tell people all the time that people use 911 as a form of parenting.
Yeah.
They use the police as a form of parenting.
Hell yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So, all right, now we're going to move on. We're going to flip quick. All right. So we're on channel 6, right? Talk around, everybody listening. All right. Point of no return. Okay. All right. There's a point of no return when it comes to the Black community. Now, when I grew up, there was a Black community. We had a Black store owned by Mr. Posey. There was a Black barbershop. There was 2 Black bars. There was a mechanic shop on the end of my street. Now, that is a Black community. Why? Because it's Black people who own the stores, own the community. Now we just have Black neighborhoods. We don't have Black communities where you could say these Black people own these Black stores. And I think we keep confusing those two together, and that's what pisses me off. We need to bring the Black community back. That's not going to happen because who wants to open up stores? Stop with the whole, shut the fuck up. It's not going to happen. So what I like to call it, when I hear these dudes talking about, Black women getting back together and blah, 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 it's like listening to people who want to raise the Titanic.
Right.
You got the Titanic, it's sinking, but you got people arguing about, well, who built it? And, where the chairs at? And it's getting, like, look, it's sinking. It's gone.
Yeah.
We need to let it go ahead and just do its thing. The Titanic is gone. Let the whole system burn itself out. And then we just start over.
I agree. So hold on.
Because there's a point when you're a fireman, and I don't know nothing about fire department. I just know I show up, I pick the cones up and say, hey, I go around, can't run over the hoses, right? But when fire shows up, they see the structure, they know what's going on. They're like, look, us going in there is going to hurt the firemen. So it's too engulfed for us to go in. What did Martin Luther King said? I followed my people into a burning
building.
House.
Well, house.
Building, house. But either or, they're going to watch it because it's like, we'll spray it, try to knock it down. But there's a certain point where the firemen just see it and be like, it's too much for us to go in. We'll just fight it from the outside. And that's what we need to do, fight from the outside. We want to be like, save the community, we need to go in and help. The community is too far gone. Go ahead.
So essentially what you're saying is, and I think you brought up a good point, is it's more so like stop the bleeding, right? Than necessarily trying to save the arm, or is it more so keep it from spreading?
Put the tourniquet on to stop the bleeding to save the body.
Cut the arm, save the body.
But no. I just said put the tourniquet on to stop the bleeding.
Okay, to save the body.
But the arm is gone.
The arm is gone. So
all we're doing is saving the body, which is other Black people.
Got it.
The arm is gone. There's a point where it blew off. It's a stick hanging onto a vein. Put the tourniquet on, lock it in.
Right.
Save the body because the arm is gone. That's the Titanic. We need to just save the people who want to be saved. And that's when we talk about the Black tier system.
Yes.
There's always been a Black tier system. There's always been a bougie class in the middle. There's always been that group. And we don't seem to realize that. We think we're all the same.
True. And I think the problem, though, is though there's a hierarchy, for whatever reason, it seems like the bottom gets the most glorified, gets the most. The issue is
because they're the loudest. They're the loudest.
Mm-hmm.
They're the loudest.
But then they're also backed by media, though. Think about how much that stuff is promoted, right?
Well, that's because and we're gonna get into well, we're gonna jump because I had notes written. We're gonna go right to white supremacy versus systemic racism.
Okay.
Because me and you talked about this. White supremacy is a theory like religion. I made a video about this, put it on my page, Disruptive Minds on Instagram. And white supremacy is a theory. If people understand it, I'm going to help y'all. Very simple. White supremacy is a theory. It's like religion. It's a theory. Muslim, whatever. It's a theory. Systemic racism is the implementation of the theory. Let's go. Let's keep moving. So if I think I'm supreme or whatever, I like apples. So anybody who doesn't eat the apple, you like oranges, I'm going to treat you differently. I'm going to give you not good loans. I'm going to redline you. That's systemic. It's on paper where I'm showing the line where I'm not going to give you a loan. That's systemic. You can see systemic is something you can touch. You can touch redlining. You can say these zones are getting less loans. You can say Bank of America and Wells Fargo continuously are doing bad things against people who are not white. That's systemic racism. You cannot touch white supremacy because it's a theory.
Yeah, it's an ideology.
Ideology, yes. And I think that's what people, that's white supremacist, white supremacist. Okay.
Right.
But you can't convict somebody on being a white supremacist unless they start doing something which is showing that they made this pen and it's a white supremacist pen. I can prove this. I have this pen, Your Honor. Evidence one. Okay, he's a white supremacist. He made the white supremacist pen.
Okay, and let me touch on that because the gentleman who came up first, who was making and I asked him, explain to me define what a racist is. Explain to me what a white. You see, he had a hard time articulating that because, to your point, if you don't show it, right, you can't judge me based on a conversation because you don't like what I say. And essentially, that's what ends up happening. People have a conversation. You don't like what I'm saying, and so because you don't like what I'm saying, you call me a racist. You don't like what I'm saying, you call me a sellout. You call me a coon. You saw that on the interview here. Cam Newton called, Charleston White. He said, "You're cooning." I'm not cooning because I'm pointing out this degenerate behavior. You're calling me a coon because I'm calling out bad behavior. So. And let me ask you this, and I already know the answer, but for the audience who's listening, have you ever had a conversation with another Black person and they were in disagreement with what you said, and due to that, they deflected by using words like calling you a sellout, calling you a coon, calling you Uncle Tom?
Yeah. All the time. Because I believe in accountability.
Right.
That's the whole thing about, disruptive minds when it comes to accountability. I'm accountable for me. I'm 100% accountable for my mental health and my physical health.
Right.
So I'm accountable, but when I see the bullshit, you got to call it for what it is. People don't like that. Tone and delivery is such a big thing, and I think it's hilarious. But Charleston made a very good point. Then me and you know this from being in law enforcement. If you grew up if you grew up a certain way, you're only going to hear certain things, and that when that come about the mental health. Like I said, I'm big in mental health. Your brain is going to comprehend what you're used to comprehending. Okay. Right. So if I'm telling you, sir, I need for you to sit down. I'm going to listen to your wife for a second. Sir, I need for you to sit down. Sir, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to lay you on this carpet and take you to my car. Oh, I'm good now. If you just said that, I would have been quiet. I was all right, I'm good. Because that's what he's used to, because his mom talked to him that way. He's not used to hearing the other language. And if you're not aware of that, that's why when Charleston White said that, I knew exactly what he meant. People are not used to hearing certain language. Oh, you're talking white. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, you add a motherfucker at the end, all of a sudden it's like, oh, I understand.
Get compliance. Well, and he said that. He said that, and I see you, MC. I see. I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. What's funny is he said that. He said when you talking about my delivery, but when I was wearing a bow tie, dressed like you, saying, hey, young brother, young sister, how about we do this? You weren't respecting that. You weren't respecting when I was being professional. Now that I'm sounding ignorant and loud and rude and disrespectful, all of a sudden now you want to now listen. Like all of a sudden it's registering.
Right.
You know?
Right. Because it's funny. It's funny. I'm gonna get off of channel 6. It's funny because it's funny because you see it all the time. Even when Kevin Samuels' channel is years in the making, but it came up when he did the whole, you know, this is what you're worth and this, that, and the other. When it changed to that sort of negative, but it was blunt and in your face, it changed everything.
Yeah.
He was doing cologne and all this other stuff for years. And those old videos are still there. So I see them. But when you see the new stuff, it's like when he moved over, everybody's like, oh, you know, it's like, because people respond to what they're used to, because most of them are RBMs and their mom was yelling and screaming. And on Saturday, they played the old school music and got the comment out and started cleaning the bathroom tubs. And everybody knows that.
Right, right.
When you hear that music, you need to get your ass up and start cleaning that room because it's about to go down. This is all mental. This is all subconscious, and this is what's in our brains. You know, Socrates said, give me a child to the age of 7, I'll show you the man. Our subconscious is forming up to the age of 7. Bob Proctor talked about it. Your subconscious mind, which is your paradigm, it's up to the age of 7. So like you were saying, I think somebody was saying like one child was 5 or 6, and that child that was rapping, his subconscious has been programmed. It's a rap, and people say, no, you can do things and blah, blah, blah. It is very hard to unprogram the subconscious mind.
Yep. Yeah, he's done.
It's damn near impossible because you got to be consistent with the same energy. And that's what I do on my channel. I'm very consistent about what I talk about the subconscious mind. This stuff is real. People think that they're just this way because they're this way. You're not this way because you're this way. You're this way because you were shown this way. You're Christian because of this. You be chitlins and pig feet and all this other bullshit because of this. It's not because this is what we do. No. It's what you've been conditioned, and you don't even know it because your subconscious it's very powerful.
Man,
it's always listening.
This is I'm gonna ask you something, and then I'm gonna bring up the next guest.
All right, go ahead.
In this conversation with Charleston and Cam Newton, why do you think when Charleston is having a high level conversation about the independent Negro mindset versus a collective minded Negro mindset, unity versus individuality, why do you think that went over his head? Like,
I don't think it did. I don't think it did. I don't think, and that's what I wrote down in one of these things, one of these notes I wrote, and I'm gonna this black billionaire, white gatekeepers. You can't become a black billionaire in this country unless you have the white gatekeepers allow you to do it. And if I'm wrong, then you go ask what happened to Kanye West and ask him like,
knock him down quick.
He went down faster than September 11th.
Facts.
I've seen buildings that didn't go down as fast as he went down.
Facts.
And so don't give me this whole they don't know what's talking about, because people be like, well, I got money, I'll do this, that, and the other. No, you won't. Because what happens is you get to a certain threshold, you start to get into rooms where they start having real conversations with you.
Right.
And next thing you know, you're Andre 3000 living in New York in a bunker. You start seeing things you shouldn't see. You start falling off like Erica and all these other rappers who just fell off. And it's like, what happened to them? They had that conversation. I mean, how can Diddy do what he did for so long and people are just like, what do you mean? Because he had the backing of those people.
Correct.
And people don't understand that there's levels to all of this. And they're like, well, I'm going to do what I want to do. And you'll be in the, he committed suicide.
Right.
You'll be at Epstein, or you'll be missing pretty quick. So people know what to say and what not to say, and they know Cam know what he's doing. He know he's being watched by so many people. When you get to the certain levels, you get to certain rooms, And people keep on acting like there was one. I'm just be me. See, Charleston White didn't really get to that high enough level because even that the big comedian that died, the heavyset one, the red pill. I forgot his name right now. I can't remember his name. But Patrice O'Neal.
Patrice
O'Neal had an interview, and I watched it. He talked about the level of Jews. And what he said is he stick with middle-level Jews. He does a show. He gets paid at middle level. And they're like, why don't you go up there? I know I'm good on this level. I can talk a lot of shit. I can do what I want. I make my money, and I go to fuck home. But see, when you start getting to that higher level, now you're talking about Dave Chappelle, and now you're like, I don't want y'all money. And before he lands back at his house in Ohio, we're calling him a crackhead. He's going to Africa. And people are like, how did that happen? Because you start dealing with higher level people, you start having higher level conversations. Sometimes you don't want that beat.
And people don't understand, like, when you like anything like a game of Monopoly, when you control some of the best properties on the board, you can pick and choose who you want to tax. You know, it's so much, it's leverage. People don't understand.
And it's weird because how can oppressed people oppress people? Let me say that a little again because some of y'all missed that. How can and I ain't trying to be no hotep, because trust me, I'm not pro-black. I'm not pro-black. Stop. I was in the military for 4 years, 12 years law enforcement. I'm not pro-black. But what I'm saying is, how can the oppressed people oppress people? That should have been your sign right there to say there's levels to this.
There's levels to it. Yeah.
Because people be like, well, y'all don't support these people. Guess what we're going to do? Y'all now can't come to here and y'all can't do this. Well, but you're an oppressed people. How can you? That should have been your connection between the two. But some people, that's above their pay grade.
It goes above their head. They don't see it because at the end of the day, what people don't see at the end of the day is how Black people's economy supports the economy of other groups.
Correct.
And that's why these conversations are so dangerous and why people don't understand what Charleston is saying. Our economy is supporting everybody else's economy. Nobody's economy supports ours. We are nothing but consumers.
Correct.
Nothing but consumers.
And this whole we need to come together is just, I'm tired of hearing that too.
Well, I mean, I think you're Titanic.
We can't. I'm tired. I'm so burned out on hearing we need to come together. Can we stop it? I can't get 5 family members to decide where they want to eat, but you want us to start a business. Nigga. Really?
Carter, drop your channel in the chat.
I'll find it or drop it. I'll look for it. Bring somebody else up, man. I'll sit in the background and chill, man. You got to cut this up. This is going to be, you're going to be. Hello? What? New world order. You know that.
You retarded, man. Hey, listen.
Drop me down, man. I'm gonna hang out. I got some Bacardi right here. We good, man.
Drop your channel in there so people can find you and let the moderators. I need to make you a moderator as well, actually. So
yeah, I'll make it's got top about the juice.
Hey, you guys, go check out Disruptive Minds. He's gonna put his link in the chat. Please go and follow and support him. He's a good friend of mine. I'm gonna drop you down, bro.
All right, brother.
All right. MC, I'm about to bring you up. He is such a clown, y'all. That is my homie. You guys don't know. I haven't told you about Jerome, but he actually, when I first started policing, and we worked at the same precinct, he actually helped train me, right? So somebody I look up to, excellent, amazing person, always good at his job. And he's tall, he's huge. He would show up on some scenes, people acting stupid. As soon as he get out the car, people start tightening up real quick, right? So again, I'm only 5'10". Back then I was like 185 pounds. You know, I was thin, I was slim, I was slim thick. But you know, it was good. We had good times policing. We did a damn good job as well. And he's not the only one. There's a lot of brothers in this profession that are doing good, who mean well, doing well, and are serving Black people and others within our community. You know, really pushing back on that stereotype that police are just out here terrorizing Black people. It's not true. So shout out to him, good dude. Please go and check him out. He's gonna drop his link in the chat. I'm gonna try to actually, matter of fact, make him a moderator. I gotta find. Let me see. Yeah, as soon as he. SS got it. Okay, cool. All right. Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast joining the channel. Another good brother. You guys check out his channel as well. I've been meaning to go over there to do some more work because love our conversations. Great Pill Podcast, great content, great conversations. A blend of the red pill, it's a blue pill, but we talk about a lot. So check him out as well. If he's still in the chat, let him drop his link. If the moderators can drop his link as well. Let me bring up MC. I see you. How are you doing? How you doing?
What's up? What's up, Nate?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh man, I'm just over here chilling. I was watching El Guapo, but then I felt overwhelmed because he was showing all them overseas women. So I said, well, I'm not going over there soon. So I'm gonna have to wait for my passports. And then I said, I finally got your alert.
Yes, sir.
You too. I wonder did I get it because you know now I'm all monetized.
Listen, man, they be banning my stuff, dude. Like I put out stuff, I get people email me and Instagram me all the time about how they don't get my notifications and things like that at all. So
time I got it.
Man, that's crazy, man. That's why I appreciate you guys, and a lot of times a lot of my followers tend to they pick up the episodes kind of like a day or two afterwards, and they kind of pick up on it. But yeah, no, it's good. Shout out to El Guapo. I need to go over there too and have a conversation with the brother. He's a good dude. Got a chance to meet him. They still over there?
And I was trying to edit juicing. Was it a juicing video? But juicing video because I went and bought another juicer, and I showed everybody that they changed the lid on it because the lid that came with it, it just broke so easily. So Black & Decker made a better lid.
Yeah.
And then I did the segment recovery is an inside job, but I need to do the other part. Get to the doctor. So,
Yeah.
So it's been about 9 or 10 months since I've been to the doctor.
Nah, brother, you got to stay on top of that, brother. You got to stay on top of that. You know how it is. You know how it is.
And then I found out I was doing exercise. I was watching the video. I was doing these, and the guy said, exercise we should be cautious of over 50. And I was lifting weights 2 weeks ago with my son, and I was doing them fast because I was getting upset with him, not keeping up with me. And then for 2 weeks, every time I sleep on the end of the bed by the window, shoulders get sore. Then I go to the other end. So I said, dang, that wasn't happening. So
you got to.
So I almost was doing it wrong. And then he said, don't do it if something happened. And he said these. So I'm gonna told my son, do the back chair one. So we can build up that horse.
Yeah. You gotta. All you gotta do is take it easy. All you gotta do is take it easy. You gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Man, what are your thoughts on this? You get a chance to see that 3-hour interview?
No, I was like, woo, but I saw Cam Newton, and I was what is that? Summarizing from what you was speaking with your guest, what was going on, because that first person, he tripped me out. He's not a troll, because now I heard disruptive mind. It's not that he's a troll. It's really what disruptive mind put together and said, because guess how I found that my mind was like that. It took 4 relapses, a sponsor, to see that subconscious he talking about.
Yeah,
shoot, it's real.
it is real.
So in the 12 steps, we got a saying in there from my sponsor that a lot of my ideals was pressed up on me since I was a kid. And then we hold on to them. But it took something like the 12 steps to allow me to
release it,
sit back and look at these ideas and say.
So you're raised by a single mom as well?
Well, for a minute, but a stepdad. But my environment had all these impressible ideas.
Okay.
See, so it was like everything was normal.
Right.
It was normal to see people selling drugs and being on Figueroa. And then when you go on Pico, you see the same thing. Now you way out of South Central.
There you go. Which people don't know Figueroa. We talking about Cali. But let me ask you this. In reference to, so we talking about drugs. Let's talk about that.
Right.
So you grew up around that time. Do you blame? Are white people to blame for the drug epidemic that took place in Cali, or is it where do you
like I said, see, it's those oppressed upon ideas. See, you got to remember that is like this higher power put me in the treatment centers, and everybody didn't relapse like me. See, so when I came back that fourth time and saw the people that didn't relapse, I got worried. So yes, they put it in our community, but what I saw, we didn't stand up strong enough on code and principles, and they put it in our community because my father had an appliance store, a market. I was raised like that. Not do you know a corner store where you get chili fries, chili Fritos when the school bus comes, chips, soda, washing powder, rice, beans, and stuff.
Right. Real corner store.
And since I'm a teenager, I'm over there watching the stoves and refrigerators. And then the stepfather friends got laundromats, auto shops, everything black. So what the must be mine? That's a black community.
Correct.
Everything was black, from alternator shops to barber shops. Everybody knew everybody. People had like you can come to the store and get something and pay on Friday.
Right.
So it's
layaway.
Layaway. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like he's writing you on there. So with that time, and then the drugs came in. And then the divorces and all that. The separation, the divorces, the clubbing, the partying, us peeking in the nudie bars, trying to see what the big folks was doing. So we try to peek if the guard ain't by the door.
Right.
So we peeking in, we run.
So let me ask you then, because the guest before you talked about, the ship is sunk. No, it is what it is. You've seen a lot growing up. I mean, a lot of people don't have that experience. Yeah.
I work for the system, Department of Mental Health. But I'm that employee that I make sure that your nonprofit know about some grants.
Right.
And then I make sure don't be shocked about how much funding you get. And I let them know that Department of Mental Health, Public Health, none of us can save you.
Yeah,
we don't do so much.
Correct.
So be steadfast. So I got my pastor in charge. June the 16th, we did a Boys to Men Faith in Action.
Yes.
That was the second thing. And then Pastor took it, but then I say, now, next year you got to be more, have it like a group conscious. Now, I'm at headquarters, and now in June, of this year, the Board of Supervisors initiated a father thing because they see the momentum of what we're doing over here.
It's growing.
So
Is
June
that the solution? What would you say a good solution that we could start doing as a group that would help make a difference?
Well, so far, what we're modeling over here, well, in our camp, and then I told them about the individuals in the YouTube camp that's willing to help. Long as we already addressing boys, because you know, Pastor does printing and all these stuff to make banners, and his business partner does too. So now we're gonna have some of those printers and stuff over there, right over there at WLCAC. We was gonna have Watts Coffee House, but something went down. But it's like they still doing it. See his work. And my son and my nephew, he did a class with him 3 weeks ago, so they made their first shirt.
Oh, that's what's up.
At the first class. This is what. This, see. So we want their minds to, because
be productive.
Yeah. So we might could put a Band-Aid on some of the folks in the community, even the ones in our age group, just a Band-Aid. But like I say in recovery, all Band-Aids come loose.
All Band-Aids got to come off.
Yeah, all Band-Aids can come loose. So if it comes loose, is it going to be dripping or is it going to be healed? So far, we need to push for more trades, more people. That's like me, a parent. Sometimes I can't make it to every school meeting, but when I do make it there, I let them know that I'm well aware of school prison pipeline. There's plenty of videos right online if you don't believe me, and I know people that been in that meeting, like you know the guy from Grey Anatomy, Jesse been in that meeting.
I'm curious. We're gonna have to do. I've been wanting to do an episode on the school to prison pipeline, and get some thoughts, man. Email me. Shout out to Q Butter. Email me when you get a chance. Okay, yeah. Email me, and then let's see if we can put something together. Because I would like to have a conversation on it as well, just to kind of dive into a lot of the nuance of it.
Right, it's because as me being a community health worker, but it's like but I'm on supervising the list, and I'm real picky about where I'm going to be a supervisor for when the interview comes. It's like LAUSD really need our help, but it's like they got a lot of the interns and stuff, people fresh out of college. So in LA, in certain areas, they probably push more for bullying and LGBTQ stuff, and you know, and then with the people that be at our Boys to Men meetings, they are the ones that's not highlighted, because they do that thing. It's not crisis intervention. It's the other one. It's the other word that they do. It's not crisis intervention. It's the other word. Something's resolution.
You got me on that one.
No, it's called resolution. What? Conflict resolution.
Oh, conflict resolution. Yeah. Okay. Which we need a lot of that. We need a lot of that.
Yeah, because like
let me I'm gonna pull up the last guest, but reach out to me because I want to see if we can have a conversation. I think that's gonna be a good discussion. I know a lot of people have mentioned that before, the prisoner to
the conflict resolution person is from Time Done. When you look up Time Done,
send it to me.
Time Done is in the Facebook link. It'll be on my page, because they do a lot of expungements and stuff like that. But you and that other cop, y'all remind me of these two police officers that have a nonprofit out here.
Yeah.
And they came to present to the Department of Mental Health. It's cold that they have to tell the kids to put down the phone, and they're taking them to a Clipper game. They could, but it's like they doing stuff.
the Cosby out here doing stuff, man, and unfortunately, it's the bad ones, or bad situations, or bad cops who make mistakes who get a bad rap.
But
You know
they
what I mean?
don't highlight their programs. Why they won't highlight it? At least highlight it in February.
Black History Month.
Yeah, something.
Well, we gonna talk. We gonna chop it up, brother.
Yeah.
We gonna chop it. Hit me up. We'll talk offline.
All right.
All right, brother. I appreciate you again.
All right. Thanks for having me up, boy.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Good.
Hey, I gotta get your email address so I can send you those pictures.
Yeah.
Do you got a website or something?
You know, I got an email. They'll drop it in when the moderators will drop my email in the chat for you.
All right.
And then that way we can stay in contact, man. It's good talking to you again, though.
All right, thanks.
All right, brother.
Okay, peace.
That's a good brother right there. He's funny, man. Got a chance to chop it up with him. All right, I got my homie in the back, about to pull up real quick. I know he got a lot to say. I didn't even know he was on tonight. Yo, B Money, what's good? What's good?
How you doing? You doing all right?
Hey, man, I'm good, man. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I know you got the... Thank you. There was so much more, man, I wanted to cover. I mean, but that interview was so long, man. I didn't even want to try to drag it out.
When you announced that you were gonna do it, I just went ahead and started watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. It was man. I have a newfound respect for that man.
Yeah, I mean, Charleston White, honestly, I don't agree with everything he says. He says some things. He presents things in ways I wouldn't present it. He's a shock jock, I guess people call it, when they say outlandish things to get your attention. I don't agree with all the way he goes about it. And I don't agree with everything he says. But just because he may have said something stupid last week, he say something on point today, I'm gonna praise what he said today. From what you saw in the interview, what were your thoughts?
To me, what was most prevalent to me is just his unwillingness to give up on Black people. Even when Black people needed to be given up on. Maybe he recognized. I love the honesty too, man. He recognized that if we're not united in our thinking, then the effort is going to be to no avail ultimately. Yeah. It's not going to produce. It's just not.
Yep.
And so I just respect that he had this like unwavering desire to help Black people, even to his own
detriment
and loss.
Yes.
And loss. Like he's willing to. It's not just talk. You can hear it. He's clearly wrong about a few things, but you can hear it that he's convicted. He's convicted, and so you respect those who at least put more than their mouth on the line. And they put their dollar on the line. They put their public image on the line. They put so much more in it, and you feel for people who could be so helpful if they had the full package. They just have a piece of the package. They have the part of the plan. That initiates change.
Yes. I see a lot of that, though. I think you bring up a good point where we see a lot of leaders in our community who have the ability, whether one person has the resources, one person has the intellect, another person has the ability, the other person has the showmanship. And, we talked about this before. We're talking about old boy with the real estate scam. Jay Morrison. He has the showman. Like if he would have got behind someone who was really legitimately doing the work and he used his personality, bro, it would be it would have been a big deal. And so what you see is everybody moving as individuals, man, and everyone's trying to just think about self. And you know, ultimately what ends up happening is it doesn't work out well for anybody except for that one person. And then there's so much that could have been done, but then the people who always are operating for self are the ones who are always talking about moving together, which
Yeah.
to me,
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying? That's the issue I have, that oxymoron.
And you know, what I didn't like, what kind of bothered me is either, you know, Cam Newton, if you watch this, this is no shot at you, but when he's making these points that are absolutely necessary to be heard, he's talking about how he's saying F beyond for a reason. And then you hear his reason and you see how valid it is. You know, it to me, it's disheartening to see Cam take certain approaches that are far from productive, you know, and we steer the conversation toward like, did you say that in his face? You know,
right.
Did you say that to King Von's face? You know, you said that in front of the Rolling 60s script. So it's like, how is that even relevant?
You missed the point.
The message is still the message. The point is still the point. Whether I said it in their face or not, does it make it any less valid? This is something that we need to hear this stuff, man. We need to see how a man who's like dedicated life's work towards fixing the Black community can create so much frustration, so much animosity, so much resentment toward the people that he's trying to help, and still he won't relent. Still he won't give up on the African American, impoverished at that. And he's speaking from the standpoint of those who don't get to speak. You don't hear. And what are we? And what are we? I'm not gonna say we. What does Cam, maybe unintentionally or intentionally, what does he do? You know, he diverts the conversation to things that are less productive to the overall point.
Yeah, I think from what I saw, I noticed he kept really kind of trying to make it about an ego thing. He kept trying to make it more about, as a man, you know, don't pocket watch. Don't, you being a hater. It sounds like you're cooning. Like
But
it was such
multiple things, you know. It went from pocket watching to your cooning to your hater to it sounds like you got your own issue, you know.
Right.
Blind defense for Deion, because the truth is, you idolize Deion. He's a football player. You were a football player. He
was probably your hero.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
And instead of looking at it, and I understand where Cam's position was. He's like, man, this is someone I idolize. I respect and idolize Deion. And you talking about F him. I don't like the way you said it. You know, this is my idol. I respect his position. But then once we get past that, right? Once we, like the first caller, I had to say, okay, check one, the media, right? Check two, check three. Now we're on Black people. Once we got past the language and all that, now listen to what I'm saying. And his position was, I feel like he sold Black people out. There's more he could have done, and his position there could have had a very positive impact on like he could have really. And granted, it's a lot to ask, but I think you said it perfectly. We're not united in thought, and what tends to happen is you have one person who is thinking of the collective when everyone around you isn't. And so you find yourself exhausted. You find yourself being worn out, worn thin. Look at all of our thought leaders within our community. Look at all those activists who have lived and been assassinated, people who've dedicated their entire lives to the mission. And when you're doing it by yourself,
It can't be
Right.
just one side, man.
It doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. You burn out, man. I feel burnt out, and I barely got on talking about trying to do some stuff. And I see the, and it's not even the obstacle as much as the people you're trying to help are the ones that are tearing you down.
Yeah.
You know, I come out trying to empower Black folks. I have white people be supporting everything I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's my own people trying to help them are the ones that are actually giving me the most smoke.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing solutions to fix the problems that they're complaining about.
And, you know, it's not to be like, it's not to cast this shadow of hopelessness, you know, this veil of like futility, but
right.
You know, we do have to acknowledge that there's more to solving this problem than a good idea. You know, we have to have willing participants, man. Where everybody is willing.
Right. This is not a spectator sport.
It's not, man. Some people they want to sit back and throw out ideas, and they don't want to be part of another person's good idea. Yeah.
Okay, so I would love to hear this person's thoughts. I think this is a good person. As an HBCU alumni, I disagree that Deion could have had an impact that Charleston White thinks he would have had. Oh, I don't necessarily disagree with you. But the question is, if we all think like that, then we've given up. If we all think like that, we've already given up. And what we're saying is, like my friend earlier is like, the ship is sunk. There's no saving Black people. Cut off the arm, save the body, and we can't save everybody. But Jalen, I love what you're saying. I would, you know, if you want to come up and share your thoughts, I would love to hear you expand on that, just out of curiosity. Because no, I was gonna say my thing with the HBCUs is what was left out is that the biggest problem with our HBCUs, a lot of them is the poor leadership, the poor financial structure, and the accountability amongst those in charge of the HBCU is a problem. Those things Deion talked about, which could have been a big factor him winning the league. It's like, you guys are not professional. You know what I mean? Like, this establishment, we got to talk about. We can't shy away from Black industries, Black institutions that aren't operating at the level of competition they should be operating at, and then expect for the best and our brightest to stick around and do it just because it's a Black institution. No,
everybody.
There you go.
Everybody, the customer and the customer service.
There you go.
Yeah, I just
I mean,
I
same value.
I don't know as much. I don't know as much as you do with regard to the alumni, the HBCU, and what, you know, the so-called star power that Charleston White brought. I do know that it's indisputable that Deion Sanders will bring. He will bring him, his program, his boys. He will bring more talent to your team, and with that, you know, wins equal seats being filled, equal popcorn and hot dogs being sold, equal more excitement at games, more jerseys being worn. You know, so Charleston does have a valid reason to believe that that Deion's decision to take his talents to South Beach, you know, so to speak, take his talents elsewhere, was a negative impact. It's just a negative impact, period. But if you're going to claim that your focus is Black people, then for certainty, you know, why would you take why would you take your business across the street? And I'm neither for nor against, you know, I don't
Me neither.
It's not that big a deal to me. It doesn't really change much that I have going on directly or even indirectly or even down the road, you know. But you know, the point is a good one to focus on. You know, we need to focus on helping each other. If we ever want to get to a point where we can say we're doing better. It's not going to be because we ask someone to
There
write
you go.
that helps us.
Right.
Hey, we need reparation. No, man, it's not. We have to get active. We have to help each other. We have to help ourselves. And
Well,
you have somebody who's willing to sacrifice and, you know, give up so many millions to stand by a cause that potentially is a dying one. It's just sad to see because, you know, if he had the right people behind him,
it would be on point. I would say, in closing, I would say there's no plan.
Yeah.
And I think what made me think about it is the lady who was just talking about HBCUs, and she said that our communities don't share the same values. That is, I agree with that 100%. She said this: we're fighting the battle out of order, which I agree 100%. And she says she's listening, she's getting ready for bed. All right, I hear you, sis. I hear you. No, I appreciate your thoughts. I think you make very good points. Fighting the battle out of order, and what I would say is, you can't accomplish anything without a plan. If you have no plan, you have no strategy. You have no strategy. You have no sense of direction. You have nothing. What do we accomplish? What is the goal? I think at the end of the day, the big question is, what's the goal? And if we identify a goal, then now what is the plan to achieve that goal? Okay, that's the plan. Okay, what is the tactics and strategy in order to make this possible? And what I see is a bunch of marching, complaining, yelling, screaming, nobody taking because to your point earlier, once I put a plan together, then I'm gonna need bodies to execute said plan. And you can't find the bodies to execute the plan, right? You know, like
everybody got
a
opinions. Everybody got other plans in addition to your plan, though.
There you go. There you go. What do you say? What are your closing thoughts on this?
It was
just overall.
It was a great interview. There was some powerful points being made, and I appreciated seeing a man with such conviction. You know, a bit radical for my flavor, obviously.
So for my flavor,
the amount of expletives in there,
right?
Hard to digest, but you know, I respect where he was coming from, what he's came from, his whole story.
That's true.
But I respect the conviction. He's willing to stand by it to the end.
Yep.
And even, I mean, this guy might end up getting killed by one of these gang members. You know.
Yes. Unfortunately, God forbid. Yeah.
Correct. But
God forbid.
Closing thoughts. You know, great show, great topic.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, man. Thank you because I wouldn't have seen it otherwise. So thank you for putting it on the radar, man. Keep doing it in the way that you've been doing it. You know, building your channel the right way, not selling out to get more views, more clicks. You know, easy, low hanging fruit, gossip stuff. Staying in your lane, staying true to the channel, and not hitting us with a bait and switch. You know, I'm Officer Nathan Daly one day, and then 2 years down the road, you know, I'm Officer Nathan Gossip Column. You know.
I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate your support, man, and your wisdom as well. Thank you for always just kind of, you know, dropping knowledge on me. You know, even on the streams, behind the scenes. You know, your voice is well appreciated, man. So.
Absolutely. Likewise, man.
All right, man. All right. Yes, sir. All right, bro. All right. Ooh, great conversation. I love it. I know we're winding down, you guys. We hit the 4 hours and 22 minutes. Before I get off, any questions? Normally I always do like a little Q&A session, but this is kind of different. I also urge you guys to watch the 3-hour stream. It's doing really good on YouTube. He's at like, I think 2 million views. People are really enjoying I barely scratched the interview. I mean, I try to keep up with some of the key things that I saw. There was another section on there that I really wanted to talk about. I couldn't find it, but I covered it a little bit. He was just talking about being consistent with the he says black folks are following trends. I might do like a little small video reaction to it. to be honest. I might do a small reaction to that segment because that's very, very important and it says a lot. My boy Dre, he went to sleep already, but he calls it the sugar rush effect that happens within the Black community as it relates to us getting onto these trends of protesting and speaking out against these, you know, the Tamir Rice, the Black Lives Matter, the George Floyd, boycotting the NFL, boycotting this, putting a black square on your Instagram. And he talks about, Dre touched on this before, he talked about how we get on these trends for a hot second and then you never hear about it again. To the point to where we don't never see these things through, right? People reach out to me and say, hey, did you ever find out any updates on this case that happened 2 years ago? We don't care anymore, right? Like it happens. We ride this wave. You know, Black folks, we like to bandwagon some of these trends, these social media trends that are about us, for us, to better us, right? And at the end of all the hoopla and the burning down of buildings, case in point, the Wendy's that got burned down and the during the riot with I can't think of his name. The shooting of can't even think of his name. And it happened here in Atlanta. It's just so much. But they got convicted, charged $500. I don't even think they did any they didn't even do any time for burning down that Wendy's. It was a white woman and a black guy. And Rayshard Brooks. So the Rayshard Brooks shooting by the white officer in Atlanta, then they rioted and they burned down the Wendy's. Well, the two responsible for that, they didn't get any time. They got fined $500, right? So that just concluded, right? That piece. But what he's saying and Charleston White is saying is like, we're not consistent. We don't stay consistent. And because we're not consistent, we're not getting anything out of all that stuff that we did. I remember when they burned down the cities after Mike Brown, obviously George Floyd, not one single piece of legislation has come out. No major laws have come out. The Breonna Taylor, no laws. People marched, NFAC then marched up and down, guns going off, people getting arrested, you know, doing Fed times behind all this stuff that we're supposed to be representing. And there's no real tangible things that we've received out of that would make a significant impact on the things that we have issues with in this country, is what I'm saying. You know, you have some states that did this and did that, but nothing significant, nothing major has come out of any of that. Because a lot of these people are looking at this stuff going on and like, okay, black folks are complaining, black folks are black folks are protesting. Okay, give them 2 weeks. Give them 2 weeks, and then, you know, put some on the media about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. They'll forget all about it. Call Beyonce, tell her to get some cracking, drop a single real quick. Black folks will forget all about it. Tell Jay-Z to drop a song. Tell this group to do this. Guys, this is how it works. You know? If you know, you know. Facts. If you know, you know. Shout out to you. 2 cities, 2 words, Stony Rivers. If you know, you know. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. That is my spot. When the food up there is off the chain. You know, I think honestly, I think there's so much we get played. At the end of the day, you guys, we get played. We get played because we're having emotional reactions to everything. And when you're having an emotional reaction, it's not sustainable. Right? Drake calls it the sugar rush. A sugar rush is not sustainable. When you need sugar to give you energy, you burn out quick. Right? And I would argue that the things that we believe are big issues aren't really big issues in real life to us, which is why we do not maintain them. It's the reason why we don't stay with them consistently, Because at the end of the day, we drop a little black square on Instagram saying we're protesting this, that, and the other. We're going to protest Walmart or Target. Well, it really doesn't really affect us whether we do or we don't. We're not really feeling any forms of real oppression. And because of that, these things become trends. They become a way to clout chase. They become a way for us to say something and do what everybody else is doing. But in reality, it's not real, you guys. It's not real. Y'all really ain't walking around here oppressed like that. And that's just the real harsh reality. Because if black folks were really, 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 really going through it, you wouldn't be able to keep us, you wouldn't be able to keep us off. You wouldn't be able to keep us off task. You just wouldn't. Because you'd have something to really fight for. So y'all complain about white supremacy and y'all get in y'all BMWs and drive to work. And then get online talking about how much you hate white people. Some of y'all brothers talking about white supremacy, and as soon as a pretty white woman show up, y'all be ready to take one for the team. Stop playing. Stop playing. It sounds good when everybody's together talking about it. Some brothers talking about white this, white that. Couldn't name 3 real racist people, never probably ever seen one. You don't like what a person says and they hurt your feelings, and now you call them a racist. Man, come on, man. Like, some of y'all wouldn't know a real racist person that hit you over the head. Every white person that check you and got an issue with what you're doing is not a racist because they said something you don't like. Every black person that says something you don't like or doesn't agree with what you're doing is not a coon. Is not a sellout because you don't like them checking your behavior. So, you know, again, we do and say things and we just really hype things up, over embellish these things. So anyways, I'm gonna go off my soapbox, put some cookies in the oven, and yeah, we're gonna close this stream out, man. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody who contributed tonight. I'm so grateful, so blessed. Very interesting conversation, a lot to cover. Still didn't even scratch the surface. Please go and check out that video. Go and support Cam. He got 1 million followers. You know, so please go subscribe to his channel. Come back, subscribe to mine if you haven't already. I can use some of Cam's people. He has some really cool conversations over there. I like what he's doing. He does great things in the community out here in Atlanta as well. So again, it's no shot to him at all, but it's good for us to critique each other and have conversations. That's what this is all about. I appreciate him putting him on, Charleston on, and having the conversation. These conversations are necessary, man, for us to really scrutinize, which is why I played that end part of Charleston White's comments first. He said, what do black people need to know? Fix the person in the mirror before you step outside trying to fix everybody else. That's it. So, anyways, thank you guys so much. Thank you, everybody. Supported. Make sure I got all the super chats. Widow21, thank you again. I appreciate you. Widow21. Thank you so much, everybody who came up as well. I appreciate you guys. All the callers who came up and shared your thoughts. I really, really, really appreciate it. And I love it. Even when we disagree, the brother that came up earlier, he made some very good points. He's very passionate. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, we're able to straighten it all out. We're able to straighten it all out. He was very passionate, and I get it. Yeah, shout out to you, brother. Solid brother. Shout out to you. I love that, man. I love that. Because at the end of the day, you guys, we're all on the same page. Right. Well, now let me say, we're not on the same page. Well, we all want to get to the same chapter. All right. We ain't on the same page, but we want to get to the same chapter. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters, man. And like I say all the time, only weapons formed from love can defeat weapons formed out of hate. And that's what we preach about on this channel, right? So we all about the love, bringing the love and finding understanding amongst each other. That's the key. And so, all right, let me get to these cookies. All right, y'all. Appreciate it, man. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much for my moderators. You guys always do an amazing job. Truly blessed to have you guys. I'm so grateful. With that being said, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night and God bless.